Chapter 101 100 Elephant Power, Secret Realm Information. But despite this thought, the Su family was ultimately one of the four great families of the Jinling Great Base, with a huge power and many strong people in the family. With his current strength, it was still hard to deal with. So the first order of business is to improve your strength first. He had stepped into the sovereign realm with a flawless foundation, and had forged his innate jade bones, making his Tao foundation so majestic that it was almost unrivaled. Previously, when he had not set foot in the sovereign, he was unable to break through because the shackles of the realm were blocking him. And now that he had stepped into the Zhongshu, such a thick accumulation allowed his strength to grow extremely rapidly when he once again performed the body forging method. An elephant. 2 elephants. 3 elephants. Almost every other bout, Chu Mo's strength would receive an increase of 1 elephant's power. This pace didn't slow down until 5 days later, and that's when he tested his power. Boom! A punch struck the recently purchased force measuring table, and a line of numbers appeared steeply on it. 112. Behind this number, there is an elephant symbol. This meant that Chu Mo's power had now reached 112 elephant power. Afterwards, Chu Mo mobilized his Yuan power again and punched once more. The number on the force measuring table, on the other hand, was steeply changed to 224 elephant force. Seeing this number, Chu Mo's face revealed a look of satisfaction. According to the standards of the Jinling Great Base, the weakest patriarch was 5 elephant power, while the limit physical strength of an ordinary patriarch was 200 elephant power, which could reach 400 elephant power under the Yuan power increase. And nowadays, when Chu Mo first entered the Zhongshu, his physical strength was already comparable to that of a mid-Zhongshu, although this was a result of the high-speed growth period just after the breakthrough. After the growth in strength slowed down, he was also able to grow by more than an elephant's strength per day. In other words, with his cultivation progress, he would be able to grow by 30 elephants in a month, and reach the physical limit of a patriarch in less than 3 months. No doubt about it. This is definitely an extremely scary speed. If outsiders were to learn of this, they would certainly be horrified. After many martial artists broke through to the sovereign realm, even if they possessed top-notch cultivation talent, it would take at least 10 years before they could enter the sovereign limit. And the transcendent level cultivation talent would only allow them to shorten their cultivation time to 3 to 5 years. But Chu Mo only needed less than 3 months to go from first-time Zone Master to Zone Master limit. What kind of terrifying speed was this? Simply appalling. The reason why it can reach so fast. Or is it caused by the jade bones? As this innate jade pearl was being integrated into his body and transformed into a jade bone, it was also slowly transforming his body, causing Chu Mo's speed of absorbing Yuan Qi to quench his flesh to greatly increase. The effect was several times more terrifying than even a transcendent level cultivation physique. No wonder Miss Mo said that the higher the level of foundation building, the better the effect it brings to the martial artist. Ordinary Zhongshu martial artists need at least 10 years or even decades to reach the Zhongshu limit, and the chances of them wanting to step into the level of the 4 squares in general in the future are slim to none. And a flawless foundation building patriarch only needs 3 months to step into the limit. Stepping into the level of Jin General within a year is also 10 times more likely. What kind of terrifying growth rate is this? Chu Mo thought darkly. Keep practicing. Strive to push your physical body to 200 elephant power before the secret realm opens. Chu Mo drank the last portion of rank 6 ferocious beast blood and began his closed-door cultivation. But just as he was about to close his eyes, the people sent by Mo Shanshan came. Information about the secret world. Chu Mo had no choice but to suspend his cultivation and look through the information. After understanding, Chu Mo learned that the original secret realm named Little Leaf Green Sky is a very special large secret realm, every 10 years to open once. The entrance to the secret realm has a prohibition, can only let the age of the bone is less than 60 years of age of the martial artist to enter. As long as they are over 60, they are blocked out. And because of that, This secret realm was not mastered by a large power alone, but could only be jointly developed by many powers, sending young martial artists under their command to enter and explore the realm. What resources could be obtained inside all depended on the strength of each power. According to the many times of exploration by the various forces of the Jinling Great Base, this secret realm should be a fragment of a certain world, which not only had a vast area within it, but also contained the remains of a certain huge sect. The relic that had already been explored was a martial arts tower. It was said that this martial arts tower was used by this sect to test its disciples. When a martial artist enters it, he or she can go on a breakthrough trial, and even if he or she dies inside, he or she won't really die. And every time you pass a level, you get some rewards from it, which can be extremely amazing. Since the secret realm had been discovered, it had been opened 6 times so far, and the highest record for a martial artist from the Jinling Great Base was at the 37th floor, getting an extremely precious gold-level martial skill. In addition to this martial arts tower, there were quite a few other relics and mysterious places in the secret realm, and the resources they possessed were extremely rich. Every time it was opened, it would be a rewarding experience for all the forces. And this time Mo Shanshan also brought the martial artists of the Merchant Alliance to enter it together. The treasure she wanted to obtain was in a dangerous relic, and she needed Chu Mo's help to get her hands on it. After briefly reading the introduction of the secret realm, Chu Mo continued to flip back. Behind the discovery were the outstanding geniuses from all the forces in this secret realm opening. These were the younger generation, and would most likely enter it as well. There were 4 of them that deserved Chu Mo's attention. The first was the rising star of the Jinling Great Base Formation Master Association, Shen Tianyun. 37 years old this year, peak Zongshi cultivation, possessing a transcendent level cultivation physique, array talent, once trapped a 5th level upper class ferocious beast with an array formation talent. This is an extremely rare and special talent. Possessing this talent would allow a martial artist to have twice the effect of half the effort in the Tao of formation. And as the other party was able to trap a class 5 upper class fierce beast with a formation, their strength was not to be underestimated. Chu Mo secretly memorized the name. Keep looking down. From one of the 4 great families, the Gu family, Gu Yunxiao, 31 years old, early stage cultivation of a 4-sided Jin general, possesses a top fire attribute talent, strong killing power, once positively killed a mid-stage Shin general. Born from one of the 4 great families, the Shin family, Shin Psong, 42 years old, middle-stage cultivation of the 4 directions Shin general, possessing a high-grade thunder attribute talent, top cultivation physique, and has fought with 3 ferocious beasts of the same realm without losing. One of the 4 great families, the Su family origin, Su Yubo, 33 years old, early stage of the 4 directions town general. This person was hidden by the Su family, but was still found by the Merchant Alliance, suspected of possessing a dark attribute talent, proficient in the way of assassination, very scary, must be cautious. Su Yuba's profile was also purposely red-flagged. Seeing the situation, Chu Mo couldn't help but smile. It seems that the Merchant Alliance doesn't know that Uncle Suyu has already been beheaded by me. In addition to these noteworthy heavenly pride above, there were dozens of ordinary geniuses in the remainder. Basically, they were all very old before they entered the 4-square town general, or just at the peak cultivation of Zongshi, although their strengths were all not weak, but for Chu Mo, they were not worth mentioning. So it was just a little bit of attention and skimmed over. According to the Merchant Alliance's prediction, this time when the secret realm opens, there will be more than 1,000 martial artists from all the forces combined to enter it. Half of them are occupied by martial masters, while the remaining half are all zone masters. The number of 4-square town generals will exceed 20. Seeing this, Chu Mo could not help but feel some shock in his heart. Not bad for a big base on one side. There were more than 24 directions town generals in the younger generation alone. If there was no age limit, perhaps there would be more than 100 people in the entire 4-square town of the great base of Jinling. And the number of sovereigns was a few. Terrifying. In the Luoyang base he was in, there were only a mere 5 sovereign masters, but here in the large Jinling base, they were almost everywhere. have to say. The talent of the martial artists from the large base in Jinling was too much higher than the talent of the martial artists from the small base. Part of it is demographic advantage. With a large population base, there are more people who give birth to good talent. Sure. The most important thing is still the issue of the parents' cultivation. The higher the cultivation level of the parents, although it would be a bit more difficult to give birth to an heir, as long as a child was born, there was a great probability that they all possessed a talent, and all of them were gifted. As the Jinling large base reproduced from generation to generation, the genes continued to be optimized, leading to the possession of many highly gifted talents, making the overall strength of martial artists skyrocket. But it is unmatched by small bases. Not to mention, if the martial artists from the small bases grew up, they would usually leave and head to the big bases. This puts the large base into a virtuous cycle of growing higher and higher. Phew. It seems that this trip to the secret realm will be a melee. After reading all the information, Chu Mo took a long breath and murmured. The martial artists from all forces entered it, numbering more than 1,000, not to mention that the martial artists from all forces might have conflicts in the outside world, and entering the secret territory would also cause conflicts to erupt due to the competition for some heavenly materials and treasures, resulting in killing. It is unrealistic for anyone to try to stand alone in such a situation. It comes down to strength. As long as you have strength, you can fear nothing. Chu Mo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Thinking so. He put the information into his carry-on space and banished the cluttered thoughts from his mind. Then he performed the body forging technique and entered a state of cultivation. In the meantime, Su family, inside the council chamber. Su Lang sat on the main seat, his face a bit ugly. It had been 5 whole days since they had dispatched Uncle Suyu, and Uncle Yu had yet to return, and no matter how much they contacted him, there was no half-hearted news coming from him, no doubt about it. This suggests that something bad has happened to Suyuba. But as a 4 directions town general and possessing the dark attribute talent, it's impossible for even a martial artist with a higher cultivation level than him to discover his trail, so why could there be an accident this time when he went to assassinate a martial artist who isn't even a Zongshi? Somebody tell me what the hell is going on? Su Lang said in a deep voice. His heart was dripping blood. Su Yuba was the Su family's carefully cultivated bottom card. It was supposed to be a big show in the secret realm in the near future, but who knows, it's nowhere to be found. This was tantamount to disrupting all of his Su family's plans at once. What's worse, the old ancestor even came out yesterday and expressed his dissatisfaction with his recent performance. This made Su Lang's heart even more terrified. This old ancestor is the pillar of the Su family. If he was displeased with himself, he could be replaced with a single word, even though he was the head of the family. I'm afraid I'll be relegated to the fringes of the family by then. This is absolutely unacceptable to him. Chapter 1028 Desolate Exalted, Fusion of Top Wind Attribute Talents. Could it be that the Jade Merchant Alliance knew that we might be targeted by Chu Mo, and thus secretly dispatched powerful people to protect us? Otherwise, there's no way that Uncle Yu would have missed it all. A Su family elder couldn't help but speculate. The moment his words came out, the other elders in the hall nodded their heads, obviously thinking deeply. It should be the Jade Merchant Alliance that did this. It's not like they've been working against my Su family for a day or two. Damn the Jade Merchant Alliance. If it weren't for their power, our Su family would have destroyed him long ago. The other elders were filled with righteous indignation and cursed angrily. The Jade Merchant Alliance was the largest chamber of commerce in the Jinling Great Base, cultivating countless martial artists, and they, the Su family, had earlier started some disputes with it, and had not dealt with it until now. Although Su Lang was also extremely angry in his heart. But thinking that the old ancestor had already expressed his dissatisfaction with him, he couldn't act arbitrarily next. Therefore, he could only forcefully press down the fire in his heart and said in a deep voice, "That's just it, the opening of the little leaf-green sky mystic realm is imminent, so let's not make any extra trouble and focus on dealing with the matter of the mystic realm." I know of a chance in the secret realm. Let my Sioux family's children enter, and then, if we can gain something, our Sioux family will definitely be able to go to the next level. Hear this, the surrounding elders' eyes lit up. A few more words of small talk ensued before they took their leave. For a while, Su Lang was the only one left in the room. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly there was a crackling and shattering sound. When he had vented his anger, Su Lang sat in the house full of wreckage with a gloomy face and suddenly laughed out coldly. Just wait. When my Sioux family's children enter the secret realm and get that chance, what will the Jade Merchant Alliance be by then? The entire Jinling Great Base will be my Sioux family's possession. As for that Chu Mo, let him live for a few more days first. Among the murmurs, a sharp edge swept across his eyes. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had already passed. The entire Jinling Great Base was calm, and all the forces were busy with the little leaf-green sky mysterious realm that would open shortly. The Sioux family didn't come after me? Chu Mo, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a month, rushed to be very strange. During this period of time, although he was in seclusion, he actually didn't let his guard down and was still on guard against the Sioux family's retaliation, and for this reason, he had even purposely asked Qin Xiaowei not to go out and stayed in the villa all the time to cultivate beyond that. He also looked for Mo Shanshan and asked for a piece of information about the Sioux family and inquired about the strength of the other party. It had to be said that the Sioux family was indeed very powerful as the four great families of the Jinling Great Base. According to the information from the Jade Merchant Alliance, the entire Sioux clan had more than 24 square town generals alone. More than a dozen of them are younger than 100 years old. There were also several senior town generals who were over 100 years old, each of them above the middle stage of town generals, with unfathomable strength. Noteworthy. The Sioux family still has an old ancestor who is still alive, and it is said that his strength is infinitely close to the peak of the Four Directions Shin generals, and has even reached the Eight Wastelands' exalted ground. The Eight Wastelands' Venerable One is the existence of the Four Directions Town General. Even higher, it was a supreme overlord that truly sealed the borders and cracked the land, and could sit on a large base of 10 million people on one side, and could suppress all turmoil. It belongs to the true mainstay of humanity, the absolute high-end fighting force. If they are for good, 100,000 miles of territory is peaceful. If they do evil, the mountains and rivers will fall for them. There was a legend circulating in the Jinling Great Base that 50 years ago, a desolate venerable from a certain great base was said to have suddenly gone off the rails while practicing, and after coming out of seclusion, he began to kill people in all directions, resulting in a shocking tragedy. Under his rampage, the entire large base was toppled, countless skyscrapers collapsed, and mountains and rivers toppled. The so-called sect masters and even the Four Directions town generals did not even have the slightest resistance under his attack, and were directly killed. The population was killed or wounded in excess of 1 million. Until the next day. It was only then that a strong person who was also in the Eight Desolate Exalted Realm rushed to reinforce them. The 5 exalted masters fought with them, and the aftershocks of the fight tipped the earth, sinking tens of thousands of miles in every direction. It took 10 days and 10 nights of fighting before he managed to kill him, and when the spire-addled Eight Desolate Venerable One died, heavy rain fell from the sky and landed on the ruins of the crumbling base, washing out countless corpses. It wasn't until this time that people realized. Because of the killing of the 6 exalted, the aftermath of the battle destroyed most of this large base. A huge city with a population of tens of millions of people lost half of its population in an instant, and there were corpses everywhere above the earth, so densely packed that they could not be counted. Later, the large base was rebuilt after the disaster, and even now, 50 years later, it still hasn't recovered its vitality. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying an Eight Desolate Exalt was. It had completely transcended the realm of human beings, becoming a godlike existence in the eyes of ordinary people. And the Sioux family. It is possible that such a powerful person exists. After learning this while Chu Mo was shocked, he was also somewhat glad that he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, if he really went forward rashly, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be chopping off the roots, but would be delivered directly to the other side's doorstep. The Sioux family has such a great power sitting in their midst, and only one of the 4 great families, so it's evident that the other 3 families must all have an 8 desolate exalted. And if the Jade Merchant Alliance can suppress the Sioux clan so much and the Sioux clan doesn't dare to act rashly, I'm sure that there are 8 desolate exalted in the Jade Merchant Alliance as well. Either they are much stronger or there is more than one of them, otherwise they wouldn't be so scrupulous to the Sioux clan. Chu Mo secretly analyzed. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Mo Shanshan. Her status within the Merchant Alliance was so supreme that she might be a disciple or direct descendant of one of the 8 desolate exalted ones. The road is long, and we still need to continue to work hard. Trummer clenched his fists and secretly motivated himself. Just in time, the gathering technique has been refreshed again, so I can look for a new gathering target to boost my strength. Chummer murmured. He intended to collect wind attribute talents this time. His current wind attribute talent was only medium, and was already gradually becoming somewhat unable to keep up, so he could take this opportunity to raise it up. Think it and do it. At that moment, Chu Mo came out of the gate, spoke to Qin Shiwei, and headed outside the base. An hour later, Chu Mo rode the Sky Rock and arrived at a wild area tens of thousands of miles away from the base. It's a valley. There were very thick weeds growing in it, taller than a man. Chu Mo stood under a shadow and stared at a huge black eagle standing on a rock in the distance, combing its feathers with its head down. This giant eagle was called the Split Sky Eagle, and just by looking at its figure it was 3 feet tall, and if its wings were spread out, it was over 20 meters long. It belongs to the 5th grade primary ferocious beasts. Chu Mo had just arrived here when he spotted this giant eagle. As luck would have it, the target was chosen to be you. As Chu Mo said that, he directly exerted his dark attribute talent, hiding his entire body in the shadows as he touched towards this giant eagle. Soon, he had then come to a distance of 20 meters from the giant eagle. And the other party hadn't reacted in any way, still combing his feathers, not sensing the danger in the least. This made Chu Mo couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the power of the dark attribute talent. This talent is really a must for killing and seizing treasures and hiding and escaping. It simply works too well. Seeing that it had arrived at the best attack range, Chu Mo directly locked it with killing intent, and then drew out his battle sword with a clang sound, and in an instant, the brilliant blade came out across the sky and chopped towards the head of the giant eagle. A month of cultivation had allowed Chu Mo to increase his elephant power by 30 elephants once again. The huge power that had reached 142 elephants exploded with several strong powers under the increase in Yuan power and the help of the indestructible thunder body. Not to mention, the 365 blade orifices within Chu Mo's body were even more superimposed. It made the power of his slash reach the extreme in an instant. Buzz. The space was vaguely shattered, emitting a violent trembling sound. The Split Sky Eagle finally sensed the danger and subconsciously tried to flap its wings to leave, but Chu Mo's self distance is too close, and his knife is too fast. So fast that the Split Sky Eagle had only just realized it, and the knife was already at its head. Pfft. A blade chopped down, directly chopping off one of the Split Sky Eagle's arms, and the latter immediately let out a mournful cry of pain. A hit. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Mo directly executed his spatial talent and arrived in front of the Split Sky Eagle, and before the other party could react, another blade fell. This cut. It directly then chopped on the neck of the Split Sky Eagle. Almost beheaded him. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of a heavy giant object falling to the ground, the Split Sky Eagle lost its vitality and directly collapsed to the ground. A 5th-level ferocious beast didn't even have the slightest resistance before dying under Chu Mo's blade. And this? It's the dark attribute talent that's so counterintuitive. Hiding in the shadows can be completely defensible. Gather. After lamenting for a while, Chu Mo began to collect on the Split Sky Eagle's corpse. Capture successful. Gaining the top wind attribute talent. Is it fused? Fusion. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Mo directly said. As the fusion began, a wave of pain descended over his entire body, but by now, Chu Mo was completely able to withstand it. He just felt a pain coming from his body, causing him to frown slightly. A few moments later, the pain disappeared. Open your personal information. Target, Chumhum. Physique, Transcendental Undying Thunder Body. Talents, Transcendent Level Fire Attribute Talent, Top Wind Attribute Talent, High Blade Cultivation Talent, High Wood Attribute Talent, High Water Attribute Talent, High Dark Attribute Talent, Medium Metallic Talent, Medium Earth Attribute Talent, and Lower Space Talent. Try the effect of the Top Wind Attribute Talent. Chu Mo unleashed his talent and his figure flashed like a stump, rushing into the distance. What speed? Chu Mo was secretly shocked in his heart. After one shock, he could be sure that his speed was more than 3 times faster than the original. It was almost equivalent to giving him a 50-fold increase in speed. I'm afraid that with this kind of speed, even a martial artist at the peak of the Jin general realm won't be able to catch up with me. Trummer was very happy. Originally, with his strength, he might still be a little short of the mark against a peak Shin general. However, with a 50 times speed increase, one could have a fighting chance even against a peak Shin general. With the talent in hand, you can go back and continue practicing. Thinking so, Chu Mo then headed towards the base in a good mood. Chapter 103, 100-fold increase, comparable to the peak of a town general. Next, Chu Mo began to continue his closed-door cultivation. Another month passed. Gathering art refresh. Chu Mo then left the base and searched the wilderness for 2 days, finding an Earth Attribute Level 5 ferocious beast and killing it. After collecting and fusing, Chu Mo obtained the High Earth Attribute talent from this ferocious beast. Tried and tested. The High Earth Attribute talent gave Chu Mo a 30-fold increase in defense. With such a strong physical body, even when Chu Mo exerted his saber intent, he could only break a small wound on his arm, and it would heal quickly. This also means a martial artist at the Zhongshe level could no longer bring any harm to him, and even if it was a powerhouse at the early Quartet Jin general level, it would be difficult to seriously injure him. This greatly increased Chu Mo's ability to save his life. And next, within less than a month's time left before the opening of the secret realm. Therefore, Chu Mo was not going out, concentrating on closed-door cultivation and waiting for the opening of the secret realm. Time rushes. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. This day, Chu Mo stood in the practicing room with the force measuring table in front of him. This was a force measuring machine that was even stronger than the advanced strength testing machine, and it could accurately test even the strength of the 4 square town generals. The price is naturally exorbitant. However, perhaps because the technology of the Jinling large base was already mature, the price of this kind of force measuring table wasn't particularly horrifying, merely requiring 50 million lower-grade yuan stones, so Chu Mo directly bought one at a discount from the Jade Merchant Union right now. The nearly 3 months of closed-door cultivation had caused Chu Mo's strength to skyrocket, almost doubling his strength from when he first became a Zhongshe. Let's see how far my extreme power has grown. Thinking so, Chu Mo then began to mobilize his chi and blood and threw a punch. Boom! The power of the fist was like a dragon, and it directly blasted onto the power measuring table, and a number 196 appeared on it, which represented that Chu Mo's power had reached 196 elephant power. This was his pure physical strength. After 3 months of hard cultivation, he had directly increased his strength from the original 112 elephants to 84 elephants. Chu Mo was extremely satisfied. Next, Chu Mo began to mobilize his yuan power and blasted out with another punch. Bang! With a slight shake of the force measuring table, a whole new number came into view. 392 elephant power. An ordinary zone master, with extreme physical strength plus yuan power increase, could only strike 400 elephant power, and Chu Mo had only been practicing for 3 months and had already reached this point. Sure. This kind of patriarch can only be called the weakest of patriarchs. In terms of status, it wasn't even comparable to some of the better talented martial artists, and although Chu Mo had reached 196 elephants of physical strength, he was able to feel that it was far from reaching his physical limit. He felt like he hadn't even arrived at the middle stage of the sovereign. In other words, Chu Mo was at the Zhongshe realm and was still able to raise his physical body strength even more, making his base even deeper. After the increase in Yuan power, my strength will reach 392 elephant power. If I can add the 20-fold increase in power of the Undying Thunder body, the 30% increase in blade intent, and the 4-fold damage increase of the Gale-Robbing Thunder blade, I will be able to superimpose an increase of more than 240 times on top of that again. The increase is superimposed over 240 times. What is this concept? At the thought of this, even Chu Mo couldn't help but stutter his breath. He was a little impatient to get out there and try it. I wanted to just cast it, but looked around the room. I was afraid that the house would not be able to withstand such a huge force and thus collapse. Therefore Chu Mo then planned to go to the wild common sense. Half an hour later. In a valley 10,000 miles away from the Jinling Great Base. Chu Mo slowly adjusted his breath for a moment, then abruptly opened his eyes. Clang sound, the 4th stage alloy sword has been sheathed, and then the qi and blood steeply boiled up, Dantian Yuan power flow, the knife intention to enhance, the upper and lower 365 knife orifices all around the body vibrate, indestructible thunder body increase 20 times the power, the gale-robbing thunder knife is instantly run out. Afterwards, it chopped out fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by one of Chu Mo's swings, a violent explosion sounded steeply, only to see a huge chasm thousands of meters long appear on the earth in front of Chu Mo. It was 1 foot wide and over 10 meters deep. Along the way, countless trees were wasted and shattered by the blade intent, exploding into a cloud of fragments floating in the air. Such a terrifying power, if seen by an outsider, would definitely be shocked. However, after Chu Mo chopped out this slash, he unconsciously frowned. He could feel that he had swung this blade with all his might, but for some reason, it hadn't reached the expected 240 times increase. It seems that there is only a 100-fold increase, and that's still counting the effect of the Yuan power increase. In other words, it could have added 480 times to the strength of the physical body, but now it only exerts a 100-fold effect. What the hell is going on here? Trummer frowned in disbelief before he made the sword. His increase was still 480 times, but after he made the sword, he realized that his power was instantly much smaller. It was as if there was some hindrance in the underworld that caused him to only be able to utilize up to 100 times the increase. There's definitely something wrong here. Chu Mo didn't believe it and made another succession of swords. But no matter how he swung, he found that his power increase was limited to 100 times. Can't break through no matter what. Is it hard to believe that a 100-fold increase in power is the limit? Trummer was a little reluctant. He would never believe that this was the limit, or else how were those amazingly talented martial artists who had ever existed able to fight beyond their level? So there must be a way to break that limit, he just doesn't know it now. Let's not think about that for now. Knowing that there was no point in dwelling on this right now, Chu Mo put it behind him and instead began to calculate his current limit strength. Although it limits my strength increase to 100 times, with my physical strength, I can reach close to 20,000 elephant strength after 100 times increase. According to the information from the Jinling Great Base, the limit of the Four Directions Town General's physical strength is at the power of 10,000 elephants, and is able to reach 20,000 elephants under the Yuan power increase. That is to say, nowadays, my power is already comparable to that of a peak Xin general. Chummer's eyes lit up. Though all he could compare himself to was the peak town general who didn't have any talent and belonged to the weakest. Once this town general has other talents, his power can be skyrocketed, but Trummer also possesses advantages elsewhere. The top wind attribute talent could give him a 50-fold increase in speed. There was also the 5 elements attribute talent, which allowed Chu Mo to face any environment. Most importantly, he also possessed a dark attribute talent and a spatial talent. Strengths are fully developed and there are hardly any shortcomings. And that means, aside from peak town generals with attack-type talents that are stronger than me in terms of frontal strength, I don't need to fear any other peak town generals. Thinking of this, Chu Mo couldn't help but feel much happier. There was also a lot more anticipation for the next trip to the secret realm. Early the next morning, Chu Mo was cultivating within his villa. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and dashed outside the villa. A patriarch was about to knock on the door, when he suddenly saw a figure appear in front of him. He was startled, and only after he had a clear look at Mo's appearance did he calm down and respectfully said, "Client Minister Chu, Miss Mo has asked me to invite you to the Merchant Alliance headquarters." "I know, I'll be there afterward." Chummer nodded. He then turned around and spoke to Chen Shiwei before bringing along the treasure-hunting bird and Ado and heading towards the headquarters of the Jade Merchant Alliance. As for Tian Peng, he was told to stay in the villa and be responsible for protecting Chen Shiwei's safety. Following the patriarch who led the way all the way, he soon arrived at the Merchant Alliance's headquarters. Instead of going up the stairs, he went straight towards the back of the headquarters building. Soon they came to a large open space. "Guest Minister Chu, it's here." The patriarch leading the way pointed ahead and opened his mouth, raising his eyes. He saw that more than 100 martial artists had already converged on the open space. Each of them had a thick breath and their strength was at the peak of the Zhongshe realm, and he even sensed that a few strands of martial artists whose strength had reached the early stage of the Jin generals were among them. "Chumo, you're here." At this point, Mo Shanshan saw Chu Mo and immediately walked over and greeted him with a smile. Chu Mo nodded and looked around, saying, "There are actually so many people entering the secret realm?" "That's not all, there will be some more coming later." Mo Shanshan said, "Shayiqing Tian is a large-scale secret realm with many opportunities, and every time it opens, you can get a lot of resources, so we, the Jade Merchant Alliance, will have 200 martial artists enter the secret realm and compete for the opportunities." "So it is." Trummer nodded in understanding. As they spoke, many of the surrounding martial artists gazed over. Seeing that Chu Mo was actually able to talk to Mo Shanshan, and still look so close, they were all very surprised. Mo Shanshan has a high status within the Merchant Alliance. Many town generals want to talk to Mo Shanshan without qualification. This young man in front of him, what is his origin? Who is he? Why can he be so close to Ms. Mo? Looks strange, does anyone know anything about him? It doesn't feel like it's very strong either. Is he also one of the candidates to participate in this secret realm? Some of the martial artists whispered privately, looking at Chu Mo with eyes full of scrutiny. At this, Chu Mo didn't care. There was a small talk with Mo Shanshan. After a few moments, dozens more martial artists arrived one after another. At this point, the talent is considered to be all there. At this point, Confessor Lei suddenly flashed out, then looked around the room, his face solemn as he said, "Silence. People have arrived, prepare to board the flying boat at once and set off for the secret realm." The words fell, only to see that in the distance, a huge flying boat suddenly drove over, moving rapidly towards this side, and soon landed in this clearing. All the martial artists then began to board the ship in order. And that's when, for his part, Confessor Lei came in front of Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan and said, "Miss, it's dangerous in the secret realm, so please pay close attention to safety." Having said that, he looked at Chu Mo again and solemnly said, "Guest Minister Chu, I'm counting on you for Mrs. Safety in the secret realm." "Don't worry," Chu Mo said succinctly. Seeing this, Confessor Lei nodded and didn't say anything else. Soon, it was Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan's turn, and the two of them boarded the ship one after another. A few moments later, the hatch of the flying boat closed and it began to start up, heading towards its destination. Chapter 104, The Little Leaf Green Sky Mysterious Realm opens. The flying boat has a lot of space. Chummer stood inside and looked around. This was a kind of flying boat that used yuanshi as its energy, and the whole thing was encrusted with countless formations. Not only could it fly in the air, but it also had an energy shield that could prevent the full force of an early-stage quartet in general martial artists. It's also fast, up to 100 times the speed of sound. If you are traveling a long distance, it is considered to be an excellent means of transportation. Chu Mo looked hot in his heart, so he planned to ask Mo Shanshan, hoping to purchase one. But he was disabused of that notion when he learned the price. Even the smallest imperial flying boat, which could only accommodate 10 people, was priced at over 1 billion yuan stones. At this price, even if one were to pour out all of Chu Mo's family fortune, they simply wouldn't be able to afford it. We'll just have to wait until we have the money later, he thought darkly in his mind. No words along the way. The flying boat quickly arrived at its destination. It then began to slowly land, and with a slight tremor, the flying boat landed on the ground. Everybody down, Moxan commanded. The hatch opened, and one by one, all of the Merchant Alliance's patriarchs jumped down from the flying boat and landed on the ground. And Trummer jumped after him. But see, here is a barren land. All around there are no trees, only directly in front of a short distance, growing a huge tree. The trunk is thick and has a diameter of hundreds of meters. And the height is even reached thousands of meters away. Standing on the ground to look, as if this big tree can be straight into the sky. The huge tree canopy covered the sky, enveloping a radius of tens of miles, with dense foliage everywhere. What a big tree! Chu Mo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He finally realized why the surrounding area was barren, without any grass growing. It was really because all the nutrients in the land had been drawn out by this big tree, and those ordinary trees simply could not survive underneath this big tree. This is an ancestral tree. Back when there was a great change in the heavens and earth, there happened to be a yuan-chi vortex that appeared here, and it was absorbed by this great tree, thus growing rapidly, and within just 100 years, it grew to this point. And it has continued to gain opportunities since then, accumulating very thick yuan-chi in its body. If we were to calculate according to the realm of demonic beasts, this great tree would have been at least at the level of the 8 wastelands venerable one. But because the yuan-chi accumulated in his body was inordinately large, to the point that the tree simply couldn't digest it, so it never opened its spirit. Seeing Chu Mo shocked out of his mind, Mo Shanshan, who had just gotten out of the flying boat, came over and explained, as for the little leafy green sky that we're going to enter, it's also within the body of this big tree. Inside? Chummer froze. Yes, that's what's inside it. Mo Shanshan said, this big tree's fortune can truly be described as unique, first drawing on an entire vortex of yuan-chi, and then later accidentally pulling a traveling spatial rift over. In theory, any living being that encounters a spatial rift will either be torn to pieces or be sucked in. But the big tree's accumulation was thick, and the yuan-chi in his body was infinite, so in the confrontation with the cracks, it somehow fused together, causing the cracks to turn into one of his leaves. Such was the origin of the name of the secret realm of the small leafy green sky. Speaking of which, Mo Shanshan suddenly turned her words around and lamented. He was unable to take shape due to the yuan-chi vortex, yet he survived the cracks due to sucking up countless yuan-chi. It's truly a miraculous creation. Chimo listened and nodded with deep concern. Wait a few moments. Mo Shanshan suddenly said, the others are here. Chu Mo raised his eyes and saw several flying boats landing one after another. Then, a martial artist stepped out from it. The 4 families. The Formation Masters Association. The Pale Cloud Pavilion. One by one, the forces came on stage. The martial artists of each power stood in front of their own area, and there was a clear separation between the powers at this point. After Chu Mo saw a few of them appear among those forces, it immediately caused a hot debate. He's read the information, knowing that these people should be those several heavenly prides. The young man in white standing in front of the Gu family is Gu Yunxiao. That youth in black is Shen Song. Also, see that group of martial artists whose cultivation is generally a step weaker than the other forces? That group is from the Formation Masters Association, and that yellow-clothed young woman at the head is Shen Tianyun. Mo Shanshan introduced Chu Mo. Shen Tianyun is actually a girl? Trummer was a bit surprised. One could only see that although this Shen Tianyun was already 37 years old, she had a playful appearance, as if she was a 8-year-old girl. What a martial artist cultivates, as long as he reaches the martial master realm, the yuan qi circulates endlessly in his body, and aging will be delayed when one enters the sovereign realm, his lifespan increases to 300, and his appearance will be completely fixed. But whenever one saw a martial artist whose strength was above that of a zongsher and who was very young, it meant that he had stepped into the realm of the martial master at a very early age. That wasn't the focus of Trummer's attention. The point is, if not for Mo Shanshan telling him, Chu Mo would really find it hard to imagine that it was such a harmless-looking young girl, who was only at the peak of the Zongsher realm's cultivation, who was able to use a formation to trap a 5th-grade upper-class ferocious beast. This was a powerhouse, comparable to a late-stage Shin general. Thinking so, Chu Mo couldn't help but take a few more glances. And that Shen Tianyun, who was originally standing playfully in the distance, seemed to notice Chu Mo's gaze and raised her head to gaze over. After seeing Chu Mo, he immediately guffawed, looking very playful. However, Chu Mo's heart fluttered. What a keen martial artist! In a place where there were so many martial artists, he only glanced at them a few more times, and the other party was able to quickly capture the source of his gaze. This mental perception was truly mind-blowing. Strange, how come we haven't seen that martial artist hidden by the Su clan? Just then, Chu Mo heard Mo Shanshan next to him murmur in a low voice. The one she was talking about was naturally Su Yuba. The Su family thought they were hiding very well, but in reality, the Jade Merchant Alliance had already investigated in secret. Mo Shanshan led the team into the secret realm this time, and the one who was most wary was also this Su Yuba, who was suspected of possessing a dark attribute talent. But somehow she searched around the Su clan's group but did not find any suspicious martial artists. Hear this. Chu Mo thought about it and decided to come clean. Anyway, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden for long, and it would definitely be discovered by the Merchant Alliance in the future. Therefore, he whispered, Miss Mo, you don't have to just look for it, Uncle Suyu has already been killed by me. What? Hearing these words, Mo Shanshan suddenly froze with some disbelief on her face. Seeing the situation, Chu Mo knew that Mo Shanshan was a bit hard to accept for a while, so he narrated his grudge with the Su family in a low voice, and roughly talked about the result of Su Yuba coming to assassinate him and finally being killed back by him. Sure. The details of this are naturally not told. And after listening to it, Mo Shanshan finally accepted the fact. But she still looked extremely shocked. In the past, she still felt that she and Chu Mo were on the same level. Even if Chu Mo's strength was stronger than hers, it wasn't too outrageous even when Chu Mo came to the Jinling Big Base and his realm had not yet arrived at the Zongsher. Mo Shanshan still felt that she should have a battle with Chu Mo. But who knows? It was only at this moment when Chu Mo personally said that he had already killed a Jin general head-on, and it was still a genius Jin general, that she abruptly realized the original gap between herself and Chu Mo had not been narrowed, but instead, it was still being widened with the passage of time. Chu Mo's talent and physique are definitely at the transcendent level. And even he has more than one talent. Just the ones I know of, there are wind attribute talents and sword cultivation talents as well as thunder attribute talents. Perhaps. With Chu Mo's strength nowadays, even a strong person in the middle Jin general stage can be killed by him. Mo Shanshan thought so in her mind. At this moment, she finally had a profound understanding of what a true genius was. At the same time in his heart, he also eliminated the thought of fighting Chu Mo. Because she knows it well. She herself was simply not qualified to compete with Chu Mo. All she could do was to try her best to catch up and not lose sight of Chu Mo's back from afar. Thinking of this, Mo Shanshan came back to her senses and heartily blessed, Chu Mo, I didn't expect you to be so strong even now, I'm so happy for you. You're not so bad. Chummer said with a smile. Mo Shanshan shook her head and said, "It's far worse than you. But I'll keep trying to keep up with you," she said with a smile. Chu Mo glanced at Mo Shanshan and realized that she had sincerity and clarity in her eyes. "Cheer up," Trummer encouraged for her. As the two men spoke, suddenly, "The spatial rift is going to open," a voice rang out from the crowd. Both Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan subconsciously raised their eyes to look. It was seen that the sky, which was still calm, suddenly became windy. A majestic yuan qi swept out, forming a vortex in the large tree. In the meantime, click, click, click. A sound of a mirror shattering suddenly rang out, only to see a gap crack open in midair, as if the sky was about to shatter, so that people could not help but change color at the sight of it. It's hard to know how long. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion sounded steeply. A portal was then seen to start gradually expanding, eventually turning into a 1 square foot-sized portal that was completely set up. Prepare to enter the secret realm. A few great powerhouse strongmen who were in charge of maintaining order commanded loudly. With the words falling, one by one, the martial artists of the forces jumped into the cracks in turn. The people from the Jade Merchant Alliance were at the end, so they waited where they were. By the time the Su clan's martial artists entered the crack, Chu Mo suddenly saw that a youth standing in front of the Su family martial artists, who was only at the early stage of Jin General's cultivation, suddenly twisted his head to look at Chu Mo, with a touch of stern killing intent in his eyes, and then placed the palm of his hand on his neck, comparing it to a throat-wiping posture. Then that's when he turned around and entered the crack. "Threaten me?" Chu Mo sneered in his heart. He had planned to cut the Su family down to the roots. And now that he hadn't even gone to the Su family, the other party actually came to threaten him first. Could it be that these younger generations of the Su family still don't know that he killed Uncle Suyu? How dare you come and initiate a provocation? It's really a case of the old man hanging himself. Come on, let's go in too. By this time, all the forces had already gone in, and Mo Shanshan greeted the Merchant Alliance's martial artists as they entered the secret realm. All entered in turn. Chu Mo also followed along with Mo Shanshan as they walked towards the inside. Chapter 105 Longing Flower, Formation formed by big trees. Chu Mo only felt that he seemed to pass through a layer of film, and then the sky and the earth revolved in front of him, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that the world had changed in front of him. This is little leaf green sky? Raise your eyes. The entire ground is filled with lush jungle. In the sky, on the other hand, there were layers of 7-colored auspicious clouds floating around. It's not really a cloud, instead, it was a cloud made from the convergence of yuan qi. Standing in place, he inhaled a breath, and instantly the rich yuan qi in the air turned into a liquid, passing through his throat and surging into his body, moisturizing the muscles throughout his body. All of the yuan power at the Dantian couldn't help but start swimming around, appearing very active. What a dense yuan qi! It really deserves to be a large secret realm. In such a place, it will definitely be able to breed heavenly treasures out more easily. Chu Mo's eyes lit up as he secretly thought. In an environment with dense yuan qi, even an ordinary weed would have a chance to metamorphose into a spirit grass, not to mention, the yuan qi in this secret realm was almost so dense that it was on the verge of condensing into substance. In fact, it's impossible for an ordinary large-scale secret realm to have such a dense yuan qi, but it's mainly because of the endless yuan qi that poured into it when the ancestral tree fought against the rift in the first place that caused such a change. At this point Mo Shanshan also came back to her senses, and seeing Chu Mo's shocked face, she couldn't help but explain. Trummer nodded. Only to see that the vast majority of the martial artists from the other forces around them were actually heading in the same direction without any coincidence. There was a large expanse of ruins, pavilions filled with pavilions, built along the rolling hills, the most conspicuous being a golden pagoda, hundreds of feet tall, standing in front of the many buildings, with multicolored flashes of brilliance entwined around it. Most of the other buildings, on the other hand, had lost their luster and were even collapsed and broken, a wreck. Only a small portion of the building. Even after countless years, it was still well preserved, and the surface of the building shimmered with some light obviously. It was a massive ruin. What are they doing? Chummer asked. There is the ruins that have been explored in the secret realm, the ruins of a transcendent power clan called the Divine Sword Sect, and they went over there to prepare to break into the martial arts tower. Here, it's that golden pagoda. Mo Shanshan said, pointing ahead. This is the martial arts tower? Chu Mo had read about this tower in his data, and immediately asked, shall we go over there now? No. Mo Shanshan shook her head and said, right now everyone is preparing for the trespassing trial. Even if you go over there, you'll need to wait in line for a long time. It's a pure waste of time. This secret realm opens for a full month and a half, so we can get our hands on that treasure and come back to break into the Martial Dao Tower. Hearing this, Chu Mo nodded and said, good. Subsequently, Mo Shanshan then took out a map and discerned the direction, and then she took Chu Mo and flew over. Road trip. Miss Mo, now it's time for you to say what that treasure really is, right? Chummer asked. Previously, when Mo Shanshan had invited Chu Mo, she hadn't said what exactly that treasure was, and had only said that she would wait to enter the secret realm before telling Chu Mo. It made him curious in his mind. At this point on the way to the past, Chu Mo finally couldn't help but ask, sure. Mo Shanshan didn't sell her story and said directly, that's a dragon barred flower. Dragon's bane flower? Chummer was a little puzzled. The dragon's barred flower contains mysterious energy that can make up for a martial artist's foundation, and it can also have some increasing effect on stepping into the 8 desolate exalted realm. My father, who is now at the peak cultivation of the 4 directions town generals, tried to impact the 8 desolate exalted realms 7 years ago, and failed, resulting in a great loss of his foundation, so only by taking dragon's barred flower to make up for the Dao foundation, only then will he have a chance to break through the realm again. The reason why I was able to discover this dragon's bane flower was that a martial artist from the Merchant Alliance unintentionally discovered it when the secret realm opened last time, only at that time his strength was insufficient, coupled with the fact that the discovery was close to the closure of the secret realm, he simply didn't have the actual possession of the flower, and in his haste he was only able to leave behind a locator sensor and then left. And this time I personally came in here with the intention of getting my hands on it and giving it to my father. Speaking here, Mo Shanshan looked at Chu Mo and sincerely said, Chu Mo, as long as you can help me get the dragonine flower, I can help you do whatever you need. Miss Mo, there's no need to talk about this between you and me. Chu Mo said, let's not talk about the fact that you've already given me the spirit drawing technique as payment. Besides, I've also promised you to help you get this treasure, so naturally I won't go back on my word. Thank you. Mo Shanshan said heartily. While the two were talking, they had soon arrived at a hillside. The location of the locator sensor is right here. Mo Shanshan stopped and opened her mouth. Chu Mo also fell into shape, only to see that this hillside was planted with some trees, while at the top of the hill there was a small pond. In addition to that there were no other special features. Everyone spread out and search around. Note to self, be on guard. Mo Shanshan commanded. The crowd of martial artists spread out and searched the surroundings carefully. Soon. And they found strange places. Miss, the trees here are all very strange, in the same direction and distance from each other, vaguely forming a formation. A Zhongshan martial artist looked at the surrounding trees and couldn't help but frown. Formation? Mo Shanshan looked over, but found nothing unusual, and could only frown and say, everyone be careful. She hadn't finished her sentence. Suddenly, a martial artist accidentally touched a branch. Subsequently, it was as if this tree branch had come to life, suddenly trembling for a moment, then steeply resembling a whip, it lashed towards this martial artist. Pop! Accompanied by a deafening cracking sound, the tree branch steeply lashed at this peak Zhongshan martial artist. The latter didn't even have the slightest room to react, and his entire body directly exploded. That's not all. After the blood spread out, the trees on the entire hillside seemed to have come to life in droves, and a branch began to tremble, waving and whipping towards them, the martial artists. No good. These trees are alive. The formation has been activated. Quickly. Block. All of the martial artists' faces changed drastically, and they all shot out, trying to block the whipping of these branches. They were all at the peak of the sovereign, and there were even a few strong people at the Erlesian general level. It was reasonable to say that the power of their strikes were all very powerful, not to mention blocking the whipping of these branches, even if they were to break the trees into pieces. But somehow, these trees are very hard. In the face of the martial artists' counterattack, it surprisingly did not break in the slightest. And the branches that the big trees whip are all swift as the wind. Often, once a whip hit a martial artist's body, it would directly blow the martial artist's body apart. In a flash, a dozen or so martial artists died tragically. Chapter 106, Beneath the Cave of Earth, the Golden Leopard. Quick! Cut down those creepy trees. We can't hold it much longer. The martial artists shouted, their faces wearing a look of panic. Although they were all experienced martial artists in killing, and their psychological quality was very strong, but facing such a bizarre tree, their attacks to hit the past could not even cause major damage to the branches of the tree, and they could only be passively beaten, so they naturally panicked. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a tree branch swiped towards Chumo. He steeply operated his wind attribute talent, and his entire body left its original position in an instant, followed by the sheathing of his battle sword. His entire body's blade orifices trembled, and a dense blade intent penetrated through his body. Gale-robbing thunder blade. As the blade technique was executed, Chumo's entire person appeared to have become a hurricane, with snowy blade lights crisscrossing and streaking across the entire field as he quickly shuttled up. Wherever they passed, those seemingly impenetrable branches were chopped off. Even when Chumo's long knife landed on those tree trunks, it was able to cut them straight through. In the meantime, Emo Shanshan also cast her own martial arts. However, she was seen wielding her long sword, with a layer of sharp light attached to it, and wherever she passed, space seemed to be unable to withstand the sharpness being sliced through, emitting sharp whistling sounds. Once those branches touched, they immediately snapped in two. However, her strength was still inferior to Chumo's in the end, and when these sword lights encountered the tree trunks, they were only able to cut out small openings. But it was enough to highlight her not-so-uncommon swordsmanship attainments. With Chumo and Emo Shanshan's two counterattacks, the other martial artists also came back to their senses, and instead of fighting alone, they unified their goals and attacked together. So much for coming down and quickly clearing out all of these weird trees. Phew. Everyone couldn't help but take a long breath. After resting briefly for a while, they began to clean up the battlefield. While Emo Shanshan took out a locator sensor, Chumo also came over. Only 2 green dots appeared on the sensor, and at the moment only these 2 green dots were almost superimposed. The location of the locator sensor is right here, and the dragon's bane flower should be nearby, Emo Shanshan said. But then she looked around, only to realize that there was no sign of the dragonbane flower at all, except for the trees that had already been cut down and the small pond at the top of the mountain. It shouldn't. She frowned. Could it be underground? Chumo looked at the overlapping 2 green dots and suddenly opened his mouth with a movement in his heart. When these words came out, Emo Shanshan instantly brightened up. It's very possible. She then instructed the martial artists around her to search around and see if there were any entrances to the underground caves. With direction. Sure enough, the target was found quickly. A martial artist found a hidden hole underneath the roots of a large, thick tree. This hole was only about 1 meter in diameter and was very narrow. Chumo probed with his spiritual power and found that the road inside was winding and twisting in a different way. Chumo turned his gaze to Emo Shanshan and asked her what she meant. If there were no surprises, the dragon's bane flower should be within this cave, and to be sure. Inside the cave, there is definitely danger. Mo Shanshan thought for a moment and said, Chu Mo, I'll go in with you. As for the others, you can move freely in this secret realm and look for resources, you don't have to guard here. Hearing Mo Shanshan say this, Chu Mo also nodded slightly in his heart. The cave is narrow, and the more people that go in, the less easy it is to move around. On the contrary, 2 people going in instead is still a bit more flexible. And after hearing Mo Shanshan's words, a town general martial artist showed a difficult face. Miss, if we leave, your safety. It's fine, Chu Hakiai will protect me. Mo Shanshan waved her hand and said, you all saw his strength just now, his strength is stronger than any of you, having him to protect is enough to ensure safety. Okay then. This town general martial artist also stopped insisting. After all, he had seen Chu Mo's strength, it was indeed stronger than any of them still, he added, but we'll be exploring the neighborhood and won't go too far away, and we'll only disperse when you come out of the cave, miss. Could be. Moxan nodded. Subsequently, the close to 200 martial artists then dispersed in groups and explored the neighborhood. On the other hand, Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan jumped directly into the cave. I'll go in front, you follow. Just as he entered, Chummer suggested. Mo Shanshan nodded and quietly followed behind Chu Mo. The two explored the cave. Didn't go long. Suddenly, he felt a fishy odor accompanied by a strong wind. Mo Shanshan immediately tensed her body and prepared to meet the battle. But just then, a blade light flashed and cut through the sky, and immediately there was the sound of a heavy object landing on the ground. The incoming ferocious beast had then broken its body into 2 and fell to the ground. It was then that Mo Shanshan realized that it was actually a black-furred rat with red eyes killing the rat. The 2 continued on their way. Along the way, there were also demonic beasts that attacked from time to time. However, no matter what ferocious beasts they encountered, there was no way to escape Chu Mo's battle knife, but wherever they appeared, they were all killed in droves in direct seconds. Some of these ferocious beasts clearly carried an aura belonging to 5th-level ferocious beasts, and their strength was comparable to that of a Jin general martial artist. However, in front of Chu Mo, it was still impossible to resist even a single move. Mo Shanshan followed behind and was able to clearly see that Chu Mo was killing these ferocious beasts with ease, clearly not utilizing his full strength. What a horror! Perhaps a powerhouse at the peak of the Jin general realm would have a hard time defeating him. Mo Shanshan was secretly alarmed. She asked herself that she was already considered a heavenly pride, and even her grandfather, who was in the 8 desolate exalted realm, had complimented her more than once for having the posture of an exalted. However, she, the future 8 desolate venerable, was struck down in front of Chu Mo. Compare the two. This so-called heavenly pride of hers was completely like a fake. Grandpa said that with my qualifications, if I don't die prematurely, I will be able to step into the 8 desolate exalted realm, so with Chu Mo's natural talent, where will the upper limit be in the future? She thought darkly in her mind. And read here. In her heart, she began to be incredibly glad again that she had become friends with Chu Mo back when she was at the Luyang base. In time it may be the envy of many. No words on the way. Soon, an hour had already passed. The two had already traveled a long distance in this grotto. At this point, after they turned a corner, they suddenly felt a bright light in front of them, a huge cavern that appeared in front of them. In the middle of the cave, there was a spiritual spring. A flower that was golden in color, with a layer of brilliant light emanating from its exterior, was currently budding and growing at the edge of the pool. It's the dragon's barred flower. A flash of joy appeared on Mo Shanshan's face. But she did not immediately rush to pick them. Instead, he looked around warily. However, wherever heavenly treasures appeared, there would be ferocious beasts guarding them. This was common sense. Fruity. Boom. A powerful aura of a ferocious beast swept over the area. Accompanied by a fishy stench, a sturdy, tall-looking golden leopard instantly appeared in front of him. What speed? Chuemo was shocked in his heart. He had just detected the fluctuation in his spatial perception, and before he could react, he saw this ferocious beast arrive in front of him. It's an upper 5th level ferocious beast. It's just one step away from entering the 6th level hierarchy. Feeling the golden leopard's aura, Mo Shanshan said with a grave expression on her face, a 5th grade upper-class ferocious beast, comparable to the peak level of a Jin general. The leopard was guarding the longing flower, obviously wanting to swallow it when its own cultivation reached the critical point, so that it could use the longing flower to step into the 6th level hierarchy, which was the human 8 desolate exalted realm. The moment it was showing its teeth at the two of them, and a shocking low growl came out of its mouth, apparently warning them to stay away from the place. Chummer, can you take care of him? Mo Shanshan asked a little nervously. It was so hard to find the dragon blight flower, and it would be such a shame to miss it because of a lack of strength. Chuemo thought for a moment and said, he's too fast, I'm not completely sure. But I can try. Chuemo had fused the top wind attribute talent, but it was still inferior to this golden leopard, but he had a spatial talent and was able to instantly move. It is entirely possible to fight with it. Alright then, as long as you can pester him for 10 seconds, I'll be able to pick the dragon's bane flower, and then we'll figure out how to repel it. Mo Shanshan said. Having said that, she also urged, you have to be careful, if things cannot be done, the first time to evacuate. Your safety is the most important. Understood. Chuemo nodded, and then he drew his long sword, his gaze locking onto the golden leopard. Roar. The golden leopard felt Chuemo's killing intent and knew that it was impossible for the two tiny humans in front of him to leave, so it couldn't help but let out a low roar. Subsequently, whoosh! His figure instantly disappeared and pounced towards Chuemo. In the meantime, Chuemo also immediately operated his spatial talent, and his entire person instantly disappeared from his original location. Almost the instant he disappeared, the golden leopard had already rushed to Chuemo's face and slapped down with a claw. Even the void was broken open by his claw and several black cracks appeared. No doubt about it. If Chuemo hadn't dodged out of the way, he would have definitely been disemboweled. What speed? Although he knew that the leopard was very fast, after the sudden encounter, Chuemo was still shocked by its speed. Panther looked a little surprised when he didn't get the takedown. It seemed to be completely unexpected that Chuemo was actually able to dodge it. But immediately afterward, he let out a low roar once again and lunged towards Chuemo. Subsequently, Chuemo then continuously exerted his spatial talent to tangle with him. Just as the two were exchanging blows, Mo Shanshan also seized the opportunity and immediately ran in the direction of the dragonine flower, intending to take advantage of this opportunity to collect it roar. The leopard noticed Mo Shanshan's actions and was furious. He was only seen yelling. Buzz! In the air, an invisible ripple steeply appeared and spread out. Chuemo and Mo Shanshan were caught off guard and immediately felt a shock of dizziness in their brains, and the qi and blood in their bodies did not work as well as they should have, and came to a standstill. In the meantime, the leopard actually abandoned Chuemo and directly pounced towards Mo Shanshan. It was going to kill this tiny mole cricket that dared to steal its treasure. No good. Seeing this scene, Chuemo's heart tightened. Too late to react, he subconsciously shouted, Xiao Wu. Chapter 107, Terrifying Sun Gold Flame, Getting the Dragonbane Flower. Along with Chuemo's words fell. Suddenly, a figure that looked like a crow but had 3 feet appeared abruptly. It was none other than Xiao Wu. Fresh. However, after seeing him appear, he first drew a clear cry, and all of a sudden, the golden crow crossed the sky, and the huge wings slowly extended out, and immediately after, such as a huge black flame, erupted from his body, and rose up to the sky of the heat wave. Phew! With a flap of his wings, an infinite hurricane was born out of thin air, and the flame swept along with it. Countless gold and black flames intertwined with the fire feathers, and with the desire to cut through the sky of the wind blade wildly surging out, the torrent of wind and fire, with the breath of destruction of everything, like the river of the heavens backward, unstoppable towards the golden leopard rushed straight away. It was clearly the innate aptitude that Xiao Wu had awakened by becoming a rank 5 ferocious beast. All this action, which seemed long, was only in an instant almost as soon as the golden leopard turned its head towards Mo Shanshan, Chu Mo summoned Little Crow. And by the time Little Crow's golden crow fire feather swept out, the golden leopard's form was still only halfway there. Then, the fire plume was already attached to the wind, like a torrent rolling, heaving forward, drowning the golden leopard head-on. The two collided together instantly. Almost at the moment of contact, infinite plumes of fire swept out, and the golden leopard was instantly submerged. Originally, it had actually sensed this flame, but it hadn't actually taken it to heart, instead it was very disdainful. As a level 5 superior ferocious beast, its flesh and blood had already been refined to be invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire, and idle flames simply could not cause any harm to it. But what it doesn't know is this: what Little Crow had unleashed was not a simple flame. Instead, the golden flame of the sun. Three-legged golden crow, the reason why it can become the sect of the sun, the lord of the stars, is because it can control the sun's golden flame, burning everything under the sun. No living creature can survive under its burning. As for Little Crow, although he had only just awakened, the solar golden flame under his control was only a mere trace. But it is by no means resistant to it. Hence, the disdain remained only for an instant. When the plume of fire submerged it, panic was all that was left in its heart. Roar. Feeling the pain coming from the flames as they burned on its body, it couldn't help but hiss out, and its body plummeted to the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. But that's simply not possible. The solar golden flame was the most terrifying flame in the world, capable of burning even space, and it was impossible to extinguish it unless the target was burned to the ground. The golden leopard could only hiss in despair, experiencing the flames engulfing him little by little. Luckily, the pain didn't last long, and in just the blink of an eye, the solar golden flames had completely incinerated him. Not even a speck of ash remained. And on the large piece of ground where it died, only the stones had been scorched into crystallization by the flames, emitting a shockingly high temperature, and even the air around it was distorted. Terrible. With such a scene, even Chu Mo couldn't help but make a shocked sound. A rank 5 superior ferocious beast, about to step into the rank 6 level, just because it was touched by the golden crow fire feather, and then it was instantly incinerated. Such terrifying power was simply appalling. In the meantime, Mo Shanshan, who had just returned to her senses, was also filled with shock. When the golden leopard attacked earlier, she had no room to react at all. Thought I was going to die here. But who knows? Chu Mo suddenly summoned a beast pet that looked like a crow. Then, as soon as this crow spread its wings, a wave of flame swept out, directly incinerating the terrifying golden leopard to death. When a 5th grade upper-level ferocious beast encounters such a flame, it is burned out in the blink of an eye. What kind of terrifying ferocious beast is this? She was in shock and awe. Because it was beyond her knowledge. At this point, Chu Mo beckoned for Little Crow to come to his shoulder, and he saw that its complexion was also a bit shriveled. Obviously. For today's Little Crow, casting such a terrifying sun-gold flame also required a great deal of exertion. Well done. Chu Mo took out a spiritual liquid from within his carry-on space as a reward. The Little Crow instantly brightened up. Then it grabbed the spirit liquid in its mouth and jumped to the side by itself, happily drinking it. Are you okay? Chu Mo walked to Mo Shanshan and asked with concern. Hearing the voice, Mo Shanshan came back to her senses. Seeing that it was Chu Mo, he couldn't help but say, Chu Mo, this ferocious beast of yours is truly terrifying. When he used that flame, I felt like I was suffocating, as if even the heavens and the earth could be burned. This is of course, because he has a trace of the great sun golden crow's bloodline in him. Chummer said. What? Hearing that Little Crow possessed the bloodline of the great sun Golden Crow, Mo Shanshan's eyes widened. Bloodline demonic beasts, it wasn't like she hadn't seen them before. But at best, they only possessed the bloodline of an ancient giant elephant, or possessed the bloodline of some other terrifying ferocious beasts. But the great sun Golden Crow bloodline? It's just unbelievable, it's unbelievable. Only, as she recalled the scene when Little Crow had previously cast the sun golden flame, she still subconsciously believed it in her heart. Other than the legendary great sun Golden Crow, there was simply no ferocious beast that could control such a flame. Thinking so, she abruptly remembered that Chu Mo also had a rock bird that also had the bloodline of the golden-winged rock in it. For other martial artists, bloodline ferocious beasts that were very rare, but here in Chu Mo, two of them had directly appeared. And they're all from different backgrounds. This caused Mo Shanshan to not be able to resist showing envy on her face for a moment. Looking at the latter's shocked appearance, Chu Mo smiled. Xiao Wu just has a trace of the bloodline of the Golden Crow of the Great Sun called her such a shock. If you know that Xiao Wu is a pure bloodline of the Golden Crow of the Great Sun, I am afraid that she is going to be horrified, right? Thinking so, Chu Mo shook his head, then said, "Go pick the dragonine flower." Being reminded of this, Mo Shanshan came back to her senses, putting down the shock in her heart and walking over to the spirit spring. Without the ferocious beasts attacking, she could pick without fear. Only to see her take out a jade box from her storage pouch, followed by some tools, she carefully picked the longing flower and placed it in the jade box. When this was done, she was then completely relieved. With the dragon's barred flower in hand, my mission this time will be complete. When we return to the base, we'll be able to give Dad a chance to break through to the 8 desolate exalted realm. Patting her storage bag, Mo Shanshan said happily. Chummer was happy too with the most important task completed. He could explore the opportunities in this secret realm. There must be quite a lot of heavenly treasures in this large secret realm that could be scavenged. The two returned the way they had come. Soon, it had come to the ground. This time, Mo Shanshan asked, "Chu Mo, I'm not going to continue to explore the treasures next. The Dragon's Bane flower is too important. If it's lost, my father will lose the possibility of stepping into the 8 desolate exalted realm, so I'm going to go to the Martial Dao Tower to break through and try out a little bit, then wait for the secret realm to open and then go out. What about you?" Hearing this, Chu Mo looked at Mo Shanshan. Moxan's move was indeed the safe way to go. It was just that it was very difficult to enter the secret realm once, and by doing so, she was giving up the chance in this secret realm. Sure. It was Mo Shanshan's own choice, and he couldn't say anything. Thus after hearing these words, Chu Mo thought for a moment and then said, "Then I'll go to the Martial Dao Tower with you first. It just so happens that I'm also planning to break through the barrier and try out for a while." Yes. Moxan nodded. The two of them then headed in the direction of the martial arts tower together. Under the martial arts tower, there was a huge crowd of people. At this time, the secret realm had just opened, and the vast majority of the martial artists were still under the tower, either waiting to enter or watching others break into the tower to try out. Shin Tsang deserves to be the genius of the Shin family. Now he has even broken through to the 43rd floor. It's rumored that before the secret realm, he let out a boast that he was prepared to break through to the 50th floor. No way. The Martial Way Tower is a difficult one. Almost every 5 floors is a big leap. What's so impossible? 10 years ago when Shin Tsang was still only a peak zongsher, he was already able to break through to the 37th floor and get a gold-level martial art. Now that he is already at the mid-Shin general realm, his strength has changed drastically. Breaking through to the 50th floor is not impossible. Maybe even the 60th floor. Many martial artists were looking at the Martial Dao Tower and talking about it. They can't see exactly what's going on inside from the outside. But each martial artist who broke through the barrier would become a white, thus allowing those outside to look at the white and realize what level the martial artist who broke through the barrier was on at this moment on the martial arts tower. It could be clearly seen that nearly 100 people were all breaking into the tower during the same period. but the vast majority of them are only in the first 10 floors. Starting on the 10th floor, there were far fewer. The highest, on the other hand, is on the 43rd floor. No doubt about it. This person was the Shen Song that many martial artists were talking about. And just as they were talking, only the white dot on the 43rd floor flashed steeply, instantly climbing another 44 floors. This scene set off another outcry. 44 floors up. Shen Song has gone up one more level to the 44th floor. His strength is truly terrifying. You guys see that Gu Yunxiao is only at the 31st floor, while Shen Song has already left him behind by a large margin. When Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan arrived here, this was exactly what they saw. Shen Song's strength is indeed not to be underestimated, to actually be able to climb to this point. Listening to the discussion in her ears, Mo Shanshan couldn't help but say with a gloomy face, "Is it strong to climb to the 44th floor?" Chumhum asked suspiciously. Chu Mo, you don't know from your first time here, the Martial Dao Tower is a simulation test based on a martial artist's own strength. Every 10 floors is a watershed. Basically, if you can break through the 10th floor, you are already the best in your realm. And to be able to break through to the 20th floor, one already belongs to the geniuses of their peers. To be able to come to the 30th floor is a very rare heavenly pride, just like Gu Yunxiao. And for Shen Song to come to the 44th floor like this is already a demonic qualification. If he can reach the 50th floor, he might be able to possess the qualifications to glimpse the ultimate in martial arts. It's not just because of his talent, but also because every 10 floors, he will receive a generous reward from the Martial Dao Tower once. Mo Shanshan said, her eyes looking at the white dot on the tower that was located at the highest level, and said, 10 years ago Shen Song stopped through the 37th floor, and thus only got the reward for the 30th floor, a gold-level martial art. If he passes through the 50th floor this year, I really don't dare to imagine what kind of reward he can get. You can get a gold-level martial arts skill if you break through the 30th floor? Words. Chu Mo's eyes instantly flashed with a brilliant light. Chapter 108, Breaking into the Martial Dao Tower, Silver Grade Martial Technique. After learning from Mo Shanshan that there was news about the Martial Dao Tower, Chu Mo walked directly towards the tower. Go for it. Behind came the cries of Mok San. Chu Mo nodded, and then he directly stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the clamor of the outside world immediately disappeared. Chu Mo only felt a change in front of him, and then he realized that he was in an unfamiliar environment. It was a vast grassland, with a light breeze blowing, and even some of the sweet scent of grass could be carried. So real. Chu Mo was a bit shocked in his heart. Through Mo Shanshan's narration as well as the information, he knew that the moment he walked into the Martial Way Tower, he had actually been pulled inside the virtual world. What he saw and experienced was actually all false. But knowing is one thing, what you see in front of you is another. New trialist detected, name yourself. Right at this moment, a voice without the slightest rise and fall suddenly rang out. Chu Mo knew that this should be the consciousness of the Martial Dao Tower. Chummer, he said in a hushed voice. Trialist Chu Mo, number XXXXXXXX6751. Racial testing in progress, results. Human. Test passed, meets standards. Detecting the trialist's current cultivation level, the sovereign realm. Matching is in progress with a suitable opponent. Matching successful. Simulating the trial environment, simulation successful. Trialist Chu Mo, this martial arts tower is a basic martial arts tower, every 10 floors is a stage, please act according to your strength, don't push yourself. Good luck. If, when you are ready, please say begin trial, the Martial Way Tower will conduct a mock trial for the trialist. A series of beeps rang out one after another. It's really like a game. Listening to the sounds coming from the Martial Dao Tower, Chu Mo couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. He then collected his mind and shouted, begin the trial. Roar. Just as Chu Mo's words fell, a ferocious beast had appeared in front of Chu Mo. The ferocious beast looked hideous. After hissing, he directly lunged towards Chumo. Boom! Chumo directly blasted out with a punch, and the powerful force instantly shattered the ferocious beast into pieces. It's only 2 elephants of power, equivalent to the weakest sect master. Chumo judged the strength of this ferocious beast. Breaking through the barrier was successful. May I ask the trialist Chumo if he will continue to break through the barrier? The voice rang out around them. Go on. Without the slightest hesitation, Chumo said directly. Next moment. He then realized that the scenery in front of him had changed. A new ferocious beast also appeared in front of him. From the aura coming from it, one could tell that this ferocious beast was much stronger than the ferocious beast on the first level. Whether it was strength, speed, and defense, all of them had gained a certain amount of growth. However, in front of Chumo, he was still blown away by a single punch. 3rd level, 1 punch blast. 4th level, 1 punch blast. 9th floor, 1 punch. In the blink of an eye, Chumo had already reached the 10th floor. Ow! An earth-shaking roar came out steeply, and then a black shadow instantly scurried out from the dense forest. The whole body was pitch black, only the limbs had a circle of golden hair, as if it was a golden thread. Goldilocks striped wolves. 4th grade upper-class ferocious beasts. Extremely fast, and extremely swift and explosive in strength. When an ordinary peak zongsher encountered it, they would only be able to run for their lives. Chumo hadn't thought that it was only the 10th floor that such a ferocious beast that was so powerful in the zongsher realm had already appeared. No wonder when I looked at the Marshall Way Tower earlier, I noticed that there were very few white dots from the 10th floor upwards. Ow! This gold silk-striped wolf hissed and immediately pounced directly towards Chumo. While his body was still in mid-air, his mouth was already open, and a fishy stench accompanied by a strong and powerful wind hit his face. Even the air was slightly distorted, manifesting an uncommon power. But Chumo remained motionless. Only when it was about to arrive in front of him did he then steeply raise his fist. Blazing fire mountain shaking fist. Chumo's chi sank into his dantian, his body's chi and blood stirred, and the rigid, castless force flowed throughout his body, surging up his right arm and then steeply venting out. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, Chumo slammed his fist directly onto the body of the gold silk-striped wolf. The latter did not even have the slightest margin to react. The whole directly flew out backwards at a faster speed than when he came. When he fell to the ground, his body actually snapped apart in pieces. Congratulations to trialist Chumo for clearing the 10th level and obtaining a stage reward. Please choose a reward from the following options. The indifferent voice once again came from between heaven and earth. Subsequently, Chumo then realized that 3 suspended books appeared in front of him. Mangy Bull Power. Shanfeng Swordsmanship. Bone Penetrating Claw. 3 martial arts, all of which were bronze level. 3 choices? Chumo swept his gaze over one by one. A method of energy transportation, a sword technique, and a claw technique. None of it suits him. After a little contemplation, Chumo decided to choose the Xian Frost sword technique. Although he didn't use a sword, Qin Shihui did, and he had seen Qin Shihui's swordsmanship carry an icy cold aura, which seemed to have a relevant attribute talent. This Xianfeng sword technique should be very suitable if given to her to use. Raising his hand, he took this martial art and the other 2 disappeared into thin air. Trialist Chumo, will you continue to break through? An icy voice rang out. Go on. Chumo put the martial skill into his carry space and replied without hesitation. With the words falling, Chumo then realized that his eyes had changed once again, and he had already arrived at the 11th floor. 2 ferocious beasts with strong auras were not far away, baring their teeth as they came at him. Boom! Chumo mobilized his chi and blood and raised his hand to blast over with a punch. 46 floors up. Shen Song has arrived at the 46th floor. With 4 more floors, he'll be able to reach the 50th floor and thus receive an even stronger reward. Looking forward to it. It is said that at the 50th floor, one is already comparable to a Class 6 ferocious beast and a human 8 desolate exalted level martial artist. If Shin Tsung is really able to rush to the 50th floor, does this mean that he can kill the 8 wastelands exalted one with the strength of a mid-Shin general? Heavens! I've seen martial artists defeat martial masters, I've even seen martial artists defeat sect masters, and I've seen sect masters defeat town generals, but it's really unheard of that town generals can defeat honored ones. It seems that our Jinling Great Base is going to produce an extraordinary heavenly pride. Outside the martial arts tower, one martial artist after another looked at the white. At the highest point on the tower there was a look of excitement and nervousness on his face. Although they were not the ones to break into the tower, it was a great honor to witness the emergence of a supreme talent. And in the midst of these crowds, especially the Shin family's martial artists were the most excited. Go young master! There are still 4 more floors, the young master will definitely be able to come to the 50th floor. As long as he enters the 50th floor, the young master will be able to break through the 8 desolate exalted within 10 years, and then my Shin family will produce another exalted, leaping to the top of the 4 great families. They murmured excitedly. It was even so emotional that his face turned a little red. However, just as everyone was focusing on Shin Tsung, suddenly someone, however, as if seeing something amazing, shouted, "Huh? Did you guys find out, just now there is a white dot from the 11th floor flying to climb upwards, and now it's all on the 16th no, it's already the 17th floor." 17th floor? That's not bad, but compared to Shin Tsung, what's worth paying attention to? If it was only on the 17th floor, naturally, it wouldn't be worth paying attention to, but if you knew that he rushed from the 11th floor to the 17th floor in just 10 minutes, would you still think it wasn't worth mentioning? What? Hear that? Many martial artists were beginning to pay attention. And as they looked, they were shocked. Crap, it's scuttled another floor, it's reached the 18th floor. It's now the 19th floor. This speed is too fast. Doesn't this mean that every time he enters a layer, he is directly killing the ferocious beasts he faces in seconds? How is this possible? Guess how many floors this martial artist can reach in the end? I guess I should be able to reach the 30th floor. I think it's more than that. Look at how he kills in seconds on every floor, his strength must be unfathomable. He might be able to break through to the 40th floor. While you guys are talking, he's already at the 20th floor. Boy, that's too fast. Which fierce person is this? I haven't heard of such a genius within the Jinling Great Base. Many martial artists were murmuring with curiosity so much so that no one even paid attention to the fact that Shin Tsung had climbed another layer. Behind the crowd, Mo Shanshan listened to the crowd's comments and kept her gaze on the white dot on the 20th floor of the Martial Dao Tower. Compare that to the confusion and disbelief of the others. Moxan can be sure of that. This martial artist who had come barging up at great speed was definitely Chu Mo. Because there is no one but him who can have that kind of strength. Chumo, I'm also curious, where exactly is your limit? She murmured softly, a look of anticipation in her eyes. Just as the crowd was talking, inside the martial arts tower, Chu Mo had already arrived at the 20th floor and had successfully killed the ferocious beasts on this floor. Have to say, the Martial Dao Tower did indeed usher in a brand new, qualitative change every 10 floors. In the first 10 floors, he was only facing a level 4 ferocious beast, only the gradual growth of the beast's strength. And by the time the 11th floor was reached, the ferocious beasts faced had reached 2. Then the number gradually increased at the current 20 levels, it had grown to face 10 peak level 4 ferocious beasts. If it were an ordinary patriarch, I'm afraid it would be difficult to come here. However, for Chu Mo, his strength was already unrivaled by his own share, so as long as there was no qualitative change, no matter how many level 4 ferocious beasts came, it was meaningless. So, facing 10 rank 4 ferocious beasts, Chu Mo was still able to kill them in seconds. Congratulations to trialist Chu Mo for clearing the 20th floor and obtaining a stage reward. Please choose a reward from the following options. The indifferent voice once again came from heaven and earth. Subsequently, Chu Mo then realized that 3 books had once again appeared in front of him. Just what's different from the first time? The 3 books this time belonged to silver-level martial arts. Autumn Wind Swordsmanship, Shadowless Phantom Steps, the Dala Fist Technique. Looking at these 3 martial arts, Chu Mo's face revealed a touch of solemnity. Chapter 109 Xian Tian Batusai Chop. After careful consideration, Chu Mo still chose the Shadowless Phantom Step. It was a body martial art. Although Chu Mo already had a set of Luo Yan steps, this set of stances was only bronze level. As his strength continued to rise, and the enemies he was facing now had reached the level of the 4 square Jin generals, the bronze-level stance was gradually becoming somewhat insufficient, so Chu Mo had long been thinking of replacing it with a better stance. However, silver-level martial skills were quite rare even in the large base of Jinling. Even if a book occasionally appeared, it was of poor quality and expensive, often amounting to tens of millions of yuan stones. Rao Chu Mo was somewhat unable to afford it, and right now, since he had encountered this itself, Chu Mo naturally wouldn't miss it. Removing this martial skill, Chu Mo looked through it and immediately realized that this shadowless illusionary steps was the same as the Luo Yan steps. It was the method of rolling over and over. Once it was executed, the body would transform into a residual shadow, which was extremely fast and inscrutable. The quality is also quite superior at the silver level stage. But if one wanted to cultivate it, one needed harsh conditions, the most important of which was having a high wind attribute talent. However, it was difficult to defeat Chu Mo, who possessed a top-notch wind attribute talent. Master this body technique first. Chu Mo directly then sat in place, intending to learn this set of silver-level martial arts before continuing to climb. Outside the martial arts tower. Strange, why isn't that martial artist moving? He's been on the 20th floor for half an hour, why hasn't he gone up yet? Has it fallen? Because Chu Mo's previous climb was too fast, many more martial artists were paying attention to it now that they saw that he was actually not moving. They all murmured. What's so strange about that? It's just that it's hard to get to the next level when you've reached your limit. It looks like it's not going up. Thought I had met a supreme heavenly pride, but I didn't expect to look away. Scatter it, scatter it. Let's just keep focusing on Shen Song. And so on. He's moving again. A martial artist was about to avert his gaze, but before he finished his words, his eyes suddenly widened. The white that had been on the 21st floor was seen to directly flash, and then it appeared on the 21st floor. This exclamation of surprise from him also instantly attracted the attention of the others. Moved? That guy finally went up there? How did he take so long to reach the 21st floor? He must have just reached his limit when he was on the 20th floor, so he fought fiercely for half an hour before he squeaked out his opponent and entered the 21st floor. In my opinion, the 21st floor is the end of him. But this is also very impressive. To be able to break through to the 21st floor is also considered a genius. There are only a handful of people on his head who have overpowered him. Yes. The martial artists lamented. Just before they could finish their words, they suddenly realized that in their hearts, the white dot, which they had thought that 21 layers was the limit, had actually jumped once again. It instantly reached the 22nd floor. What's going on? Many eyes widened. At the 20th floor, it took Chu Mo half an hour to climb a floor. How come at the 21st floor he went up in just a blink of an eye? Just as this doubt was still lingering in their minds, the white dots were seen, and again they climbed rapidly one after another. 22 floors. 23 floors. 29 floors. 30 floors. When Chu Mo arrived at the 30th floor, in an instant, an uproar instantly set off outside the tower. They watched as the white dot representing Chu Mo climbed to a new layer each time, and it didn't take a minute for it to quickly go up one more level. And that means The enemies Chumo had faced during this period had always been killed in seconds. Terrible. Such speed, it's really terrifying. Faster than even Shinsong's speed, do you guys say? That this person has the possibility to surpass Shinsong? No way. These martial artists were murmuring with shock on their faces. But while shocked, a wave of doubt arose in all their hearts. How the hell did he do that? The doubts in the hearts of those martial artists outside were naturally unanswered. Inside the tower, Chumo had already arrived at the 30th floor at this moment. He practiced shadowless illusionary steps when he was at the 20th floor, and relying on his top wind attribute talent, it only took him half an hour to get it started, and then he quickly climbed up. And from the 21st floor onwards, the enemies faced would already be rank 5 ferocious beasts. And all the way up, by the time they reached the 30th floor, they had already reached 10 early 5th level ferocious beasts. This was still not a big problem for Chumhum. Rely on the blistering fire-shaking fist. Almost no ferocious beasts could withstand his punch, and they were smashed into a bloody mess. Congratulations to trialist Chumo for clearing the 30th floor and obtaining a stage reward. Please choose a reward from the following options. A voice without the slightest rise or fall sounded for the third time. Then it was just like before. 3 martial arts appeared in front of Chumo. Gold level martial arts. Compared to bronze grade martial skills and silver grade martial skills, gold grade martial skills, instead of being recorded in a booklet, were recorded on a block of jade books. 9 Palace Spirit Drawing Technique. 8-armed Brahma Sangha. Xian Tian drew his sword and chopped. 3 gold level martial arts. The first book is the Spirit Drawing Technique. Currently in the Jinling Great Base, only a few top forces possessed it, and it was simply impossible to pass it on to anyone other than the core direct line. No doubt about it. This item was extremely valuable to a family or even a power. After all, for a family to continue and thrive, there had to be a true heavenly pride. The spirit drawing art, on the other hand, could allow the clan's martial artists to become patriarchs who broke the limits of their physical bodies. If Chumo owned a family or started a power, he would definitely choose this 9 Palace spirit drawing art without hesitation. However, he was only alone, and choosing the 9 Palace spirit drawing technique was simply unnecessary. The second book is the 8-armed Brahma Sangha. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that it was a body-refining martial art. As a matter of fact, once this method was practiced, it would allow the martial artist to give birth to an 8-armed god-devil silhouette behind his or her back, possessing enormous strength comparable to that of a dragon or elephant. The power is terrifying. However, Chumo already had the blistering fire mountain shaking fist, and even though it was only a divine ability comparable to the silver level, it could be increased as his fire attribute talent was enhanced. The future ceiling was higher than the 8-armed Brahma sacred skill. Not to mention, he majored in swordplay. So, without the slightest hesitation, Chumo directly chose Xian Tian battling slash. I hope I won't be disappointed. Chumo took the jade booklet that recorded the Xian Tian battling blade slash in his hands and murmured before directly affixing it to his brow. In a blink of an eye, Chumo realized that his consciousness had entered a mysterious world. It was a vast river of stars. Countless stars are scattered throughout the universe, vast and unknown. Immediately, right in the depths of that starry river, a light was suddenly born. At first, it was still faintly noticeable, then gradually brightened up. To the back, Trummer finally got a good look at. It was originally a small golden man, holding a divine sword as brilliant as a great sun, chopping from the depths of the star river. Beyond the endless void the knife came out as a pike. Wherever he passed along the way, a terrifyingly majestic blade aura spread. It was like measuring heaven and earth and sweeping across the sky. Shasta. The stars and rivers rolled back, the sun and moon lost their colors, and space collapsed. Countless stars fell for it, turning into a point of light, releasing their last brilliant light, and then dissipating without a trace. After a slash, the golden villain turned around and vanished into nothingness. And that blade chi was spreading all the way to the infinite distance, seemingly able to span heavy space and billions of miles of area. It didn't annihilate until it disappeared at the end of the limit that Chu Mo's eyes could gaze upon. It's hard to know how much time has passed. Chumhum came back to his senses. So. This is the Shantian battling slash. He muttered out, and in that pair of eyes, an infinite blade chi was still visible in them, brilliant, radiant, dazzling to the core. The so-called Shantian Batusai chop, although the word chop was used, it wasn't actually any kind of sword technique. Rather, it was a martial art that honed the will. To draw a sword and chop it is the sword that is drawn, and the realization is the original mind. In the process of drawing the sword, let your own native will be as sharp as a sword. The stronger the spiritual will, the higher the power, and if practiced to a high level of depth, under the spiritual enchantment, all things are used and all things are cut down. Eventually, it reached the point where the stars and rivers were rolled back for one blade. More than 100 years ago, when the world changed drastically, human beings had just awakened to become martial artists, and countless martyrs fought with ferocious beasts to fight for survival space. At that time, there was a martial artist who specialized in using swords at a large base somewhere. This person's sword technique was extremely strong. Before the great change in heaven and earth had occurred, he had been practicing his sword 3,000 times a day since he was a child, and for many years, he had already reached the realm where his sword was as fast as lightning. But when he saw a flash of cold light, his opponent had already landed on his head. Later on, when heaven and earth changed drastically, he even created his own sword-drawing technique, so much so that when he had still only just stepped into the Four Directions town generals, he had used the sword intent that he had been harboring for 30 years to behead a ferocious beast that had stepped into the 6th level from a distance of 1,000 miles. So far, it's a hit. Later on, he was even promoted to the 8 Wastelands powerhouse and was called the Venerable Blade River, admired by the world. And nowadays, the Shantian battling slash that Chu Mo had learned was following this path. The so-called art of drawing the sword lies not in the action of drawing the sword, but in the high degree of unity of essence and spirit before drawing the sword. Just as the bird of the eastern mountains, which does not fly for 3 years, and which does not sing for 3 years, so it flies without flying, and which does not sing without sounding, and which does not sing without sounding. My long sword, usually hidden in its sheath, contains the blade's intent, and when it comes out, it is as swift as thunder, cutting through the sky. So. Only then can we call it the Shantian Batusai chop. In the midst of murmuring, Chu Mo took a long breath. Spin. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. It had to be said that this Shantian battling slash was just too much to his liking. Not bound by the situation, not limited by the moves. Follow your heart, and your mind will follow your heart. It was almost as if the blade was made for him. Try how powerful it is. Under the joy, Chu Mo directly planned to try out the Shantian battling slash that he had just obtained. Although this was a gold-level martial art. However, because Chu Mo had already comprehended 30% of the saber intent, coupled with the fact that the most important thing about the Shantian battling sword slash was the will of the heart, he had already initiated the martial skill when he received its mysteries. Trialist Chu Mo, will you continue to break through? At this point, the cue sounded at the right time. Go on. Chu Mo held his battle sword, his eyes bright as he threw his voice. Chapter 110, Spiritual Soldier, Autumn Killing Blade, Dragon Image, Indestructible Scripture. 31st floor. A 5th grade medium-level ferocious beast appeared in front of Chu Mo. It was a golden python, its thick body was tens of meters long, and its hideous head had a small bulge with sharp teeth bared. Seeing Chu Mo, the golden python spat out its snake core and then lunged over. The fishy stench had hit his face before his body even arrived. Seeing that the golden python was about to rush in front of Chu Mo, its proximity was so close that one could even see the details in the ferocious beast's teeth. However, Chu Mo remained motionless, as if he was frightened by this ferocious beast. 20 paces. 10 steps. When this ferocious beast suddenly encroached within 5 paces in front of Chu Mo, who was originally standing still, finally moved. Clank. A sound of a sword being drawn and sheathed resounded steeply, spreading throughout the entire space. Like opening up the sky, it seems to evolve mountains and rivers. A flash of cold light appeared from Chu Mo's right hand and then traced a bright arc in front of his body. Transient. However, a snow-white dazzling pike was seen cutting through the sky, and along with the birth of the blade chi, only a snorting sound could be heard as if a red-hot iron had been put into the water. Snort. 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 Subsequently, seeing this golden python pouncing body, suddenly a tremor, immediately after the body everywhere will be as if the river opens the floodgates like blood wildly soaring. In an instant, it stained a large portion of the ground beneath it. At the same time, the golden python's body was even more split up within its body, as if countless worms were drilled out of its body, shuttling back and forth. It's certainly not a bug. Instead, it was a blade chi that was countless times more terrifying than a bug. Tiny blade chi that was invisible to the naked eye and couldn't even be counted in detail traveled through and within the body, destroying its vitality as well as its body. Snap. A breath later, accompanied by a strange sound, the imposing golden python was seen steeply splitting into dozens of broken pieces and falling to the ground. Completely silent, it's truly worthy of being a gold-level martial art. It's really so strong. Chu Mo slowly retracted his sword, recalling the flash of intent when he drew his sword earlier, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. This previous cut. He was able to instantly decapitate a 5th-level medium ferocious beast simply by attaching his blade intent to the blade and augmenting it with the power of his own fleshly body. If one's talent and strength were fully utilized, how terrifying would the power be? Unbelievable. Just as Chu Mo was marveling over it, a prompt came from his ears. Trialist Chu Mo, will you continue to break through the barrier? Go on. Chummer said aloud. Subsequently, Chu Mo's eyes changed once again and he arrived at the 32nd floor. 2 5th-level medium ferocious beasts appeared. Chu Mo still used the battling slash and killed the 2 ferocious beasts in direct seconds. 33 floors, seconds. 34th floor, seconds. With Chu Mo's super strength, it was all seconds all the way up. This person's strength is really strong. He's too fast. Not only has he rushed up to the 40th floor in a short period of time, but he has also broken through the 45th floor and reached the 46th floor. This speed, it's much faster than Shen Tsung. He's about to catch up with Shen Tsung. Outside the tower, all of the martial artists were focusing on the white that was rapidly climbing upwards, with nervous expressions on their faces. Beyond that, in the deepest recesses of the heart, there is still a hint of anticipation born in all of them. Expecting this sudden martial artist, who was like a dark horse, to surpass Shen Tsung and ascend to the first place. It's not that it's not possible. Because, as of now, Gu Yunxiao was only at the 36th floor and had been here for a long time. The white Da, represented by Chu Mo, had already crossed Gu Yunxiao 10 minutes earlier. According to his speed, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed the 48th floor where Shen Tsung was currently located. Fruity. With everyone watching intently, the white Da that was still at the back instantly arrived at the 48th floor, and then after only slightly lingering for a moment, it directly rushed up to the 49th floor. And Shen Tsung, still stuck at 48 floors. Over. Heavens, to actually let him surpass, does this mean that the position of the No. 1 heavenly pride of my Jinling Great Base has changed hands? That's terrible. Where exactly is this a heavenly pride from? Why have I never heard of it before in the Jinling Great Base? Seeing that the white dot represented by Chu Mo had directly surpassed Shen Tsung, everyone subconsciously exclaimed with shock. Though they had long been mentally prepared for this when they saw this unknown martial artist was unstoppable all the way. But knowing is knowing, when he really saw this scene, he still couldn't help but be appalled by it. Inside the martial arts tower, At this time, Chumo had already arrived at the 50th floor, only to see a powerful aura emanating from his body, a stern blade aura permeating the entire space, a thick milky substance of killing intent flowing endlessly around him. In front of him, instead, it was 10 ferocious beasts with huge bodies. It could be seen from the aura emanating from their bodies that each of them was in existence at the higher level of the 5th grade. It was comparable to the late-stage realm of the human martial artist quartet in general. Roar! With a hiss, these 10 ferocious beasts rushed over. Facing such an opponent, Chumo didn't dare to be careless. At that moment, he didn't have any reservations, his many talents were fully opened, and he fought with them. A few moments later, Chumo finally killed all of these ferocious beasts. Congratulations to trialist Chumo for clearing the 50th floor and obtaining a stage reward. Please choose a reward from the following options. The familiar voice, once again, rang out. This was the 5th time Chumo had heard it. When he passed the 10th floor, Chumo obtained a bronze-level martial skill, Xian Frost Sword Technique. When he cleared the 20th floor, Chumo obtained a silver-level body technique, Shadowless Phantom Steps. On the 30th floor, he got the gold-level martial skill, Xian Tian Battling Slash. And previously, on the 40th floor, Chumo had gotten a knife. The name of the sword is Autumn Killing, and it is ranked among the spiritual weapons. The so-called spirit soldier is one that possesses a certain spirituality and is no longer a dead thing. When a martial artist used it, it was as if they were using it as if it was their arm, and they were able to explode with even more terrifying power. Because of this, each spirit soldier was above the 5th rank, and was extremely valuable, making it hard to find even for a Jin general. As for this autumn killing blade of Chumo's, it was a 7th rank spirit weapon. Although Chumo had exchanged a 4th order alloy battle sword when he arrived, this object was ultimately a dead thing, and it wasn't very handy to use, and at this time, a spiritual weapon that could fit him extremely well appeared, so naturally, it was the first choice. Actually, the blade had indeed given Chumo a great gain. Not only did it allow his blade intent to be added more smoothly when he performed his blade techniques, but it was also able to receive a certain amount of increase. Chumo slightly estimated that it would enhance his blade intent by at least 3 points. Chumo had already comprehended 30% of the blade intent, and on top of that, he added 3 more points of blade intent, which in other words was equal to Chumo being able to explode close to the power of 4 layers of blade intent. Don't look at it as just a mere 10%, the power it brings is a world of difference. Originally, when Chumo wanted to kill a 5th level higher level ferocious beast, he was still unable to do so with a single slash, but then when he was clearing the 41st to the 50th levels, the 5th level higher level ferocious beasts that he faced, he was able to do so with a single slash. This was the effect of the increase brought about by the 10% blade intent. Looking at this autumn killing blade in his hand, which was a light red color, Chumo could not help but show a flash of anticipation on his face. When you passed the 40th floor, you got such a divine weapon, and what kind of rewards would the current 50th floor give him? Just as Chumo was thinking like this in his mind, he then realized that 3 items had appeared steeply in front of him. A fist-sized multicolored crystal, a drop of golden blood, a jade book. Each of the 3 items was different, and all of them emitted a faint glow that looked extraordinary. Chumo swept his gaze over. See related information soon. First up are the 5 colored crystals. This item was called the 5 Elements Crystal, a precious treasure of all ages. It was able to raise all of the 5 elemental talents possessed by a martial artist to the transcendent level. And the golden blood, the specifics of which are unknown. It was only known to be from the heart blood of a powerful person, containing a very terrifying energy, and after taking it, one might be able to awaken some kind of divine ability or bloodline power. As for the final jade book instead, it's a secret book. Be known as Dragon and Elephant Imperishable Sutra. In ancient times, there was a powerful divine existence named Dragon Elephant. Their fleshly bodies were invincible, space collapsed under one roar, and heaven and earth collapsed under 1 foot fall. This dragon-elephant imperishable scripture, on the other hand, was an extreme body forging method created by observing the ancient dragon elephants. It could allow the martial artist to continuously temper his physical body, thus continuously breaking the physical body extreme realm, and after 9 times in a row, it would allow the martial artist to have a body that was comparable to that of a dragon and elephant. Beyond that, every time a flesh body extreme realm was broken, it would allow the martial artist's flesh body to withstand the force of 100 times more increase. When Chu Mo saw this dragon image indestructible scripture, his entire brain suddenly buzzed with a loud sound. The pupils of the eyes narrowed even more abruptly. This is actually a method to break the limit? Chu Mo possessed a talent that could reach a maximum of 480 times the increase in power, but because of the shackles of his physical body, he could only exert 100 times the increase in power. He had wanted to make some good inquiries later on to see if there was such a method of breaking the limit of increase. However, in reality, Chu Mo did not hold much hope for it. Nothing else. This kind of dharma is just too precious. Chu Mo didn't need to think about it, he knew it would be hard to find. But whoever thought? And yet, I met here today. Chu Mo decided at the first moment to choose this dragon image undying scripture. Although the 5 colored crystals were able to raise all 5 elements of talent possessed by a martial artist to the transcendent level, this was equivalent to directly molding an absolute heavenly pride. However, Chu Mo possessed the gathering technique and could completely gather the talent. So the value of the 5 elemental crystals to him was greatly reduced. And the heart's blood of a powerful man. The value is huge, but ultimately the bottom line is unknown. It may be possible to get a great deal out of it, but it may also be worthless. Too risky for Chummer. In comparison, the dragon image imperishable scripture, not only was it the treasure that Chu Mo needed the most, but it could also be of great benefit to him for a long time to come. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Mo directly probed his hand and took down this jade book. Chapter 111, Shinsong's Shock, Reward of the 60th Floor. The reason why ordinary martial artists could only exert a maximum of 100-fold increase in power was because the human body could only reach that point. It's like having a large reservoir with only one gate open. The water that flows out is naturally limited, but if all the gates are fully open, it can pour out quickly. As for the dragon elephant imperishable scripture, it was through the constant refining of the body, thus enabling the martial artist to break the extreme realm of the physical body and possess greater resilience. In this way, it would naturally be able to withstand the pressure brought about by 100-fold increase above. What a great haul! A look of delight appeared on Chu Mo's face. This dragon image undying scripture alone gave him a feeling of not having made a false journey. Put the secret book away. That's when the voice came to his ears. Trialist Chu Mo, will you continue to break through? Chu Mo said in a loud voice, continue. Chu Mo replied in a deep voice, the next level is the 51st floor. Calculating according to one stage for every 10 floors of the Martial Dao Tower, the 51st to 60th floors should belong to the peak level of a Jin general. With Chu Mo's strength nowadays, it would be difficult to quickly resolve the battle again. But no matter what, Chu Mo still wanted to try his best to see just how far he could go. Not to mention, he was also curious about the rewards of the 60th floor. 50 floors. Shen Tsang was currently drenched in blood and was fighting with the 10 late-stage Jin General ferocious beasts in front of him. After he had entered the 46th floor, it had become very difficult for a long time with each advancing floor. And at this level, when faced with 10 fierce beasts of the late Jin General stage, he finally knew that this was his limit. Fruity. After killing for half a child, Shen Tsang had killed 3 late Jin General ferocious beasts with a lot of effort, but he himself had already run out of qi and blood, and was directly slapped to death by one of the ferocious beasts. In the next moment, all the ferocious beasts in front of them suddenly disappeared. It's like it never existed. And Shen Tsang's body began to revive. Trialist Shen Tsang failed the examination on the 50th floor of the Wudao Tower, final score, 49 floors. In his ears came this cold voice. Listen to the sound. Shen Song, who had just resurrected himself, could not help but sigh. Unfortunately, just one last step short of the reward for the 50th floor, and I would have gotten it. What a waste of effort. A look of resignation appeared on his face. The rewards of the 50th floor were bound to be very generous, but he himself stopped at the 49th floor, which could be described as a missed opportunity. How could he not be sorry? But he was quickly relieved. This Martial Dao Tower was so difficult that for him to come to the 49th floor with his mid-Jin general realm was already a very good achievement. Wherever he went, it was enough to claim the name of a heavenly pride. It's not insulting. And compared to 10 years ago, this time he had successfully broken through the 40th floor and obtained a very precious heavenly treasure that could bring his strength to the next level, and it wasn't an empty-handed return. As for the 50th floor, we can only wait until 10 years from now to come over when the secret realm opens again. Shen Song sighed. That time. He's not even 60 years old, just in time for the last one. And with his talent, at that time, he would at least be able to step into the late Jin general stage, or even the peak Jin general realm, and entering the 50th floor would definitely be a sure thing. It wasn't impossible to even impact the 60th layer. Thinking of this, Shen Song was in a better mood. Time to get out. I'm sure those people out there, they're waiting for me. He came back to his senses. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly at the thought that after he went out, those martial artists outside the tower were looking at him with reverence. One step forward. Shen Song walked out inside the Martial Dao Tower. He who had expected to be cheered by countless people was dismayed to find that, surprisingly, no one gave him a cheer. On the contrary, in front of the Martial Dao Tower, everyone raised their heads with shocked faces, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Unbelievable. His speed still hasn't stopped yet, which means this isn't his limit yet. You guys, is it possible that I'm still dreaming? Or maybe there is actually something wrong with this martial arts tower, or else why would I see such a horrifying scene? Even if something is wrong with your brain, there's no way the martial arts tower will ever go wrong. Then how could this person have reached such heights? One can only say that this person's strength has reached a point that makes it difficult for us to look at him. All the martial artists were talking, their attention was focused on the Wudao Tower, and they didn't even notice Shen Song coming out. And hearing all these comments around him, Shen Song couldn't help but frown. What's going on? He followed the crowd's line of sight and subconsciously looked up. It's okay not to look. At this glance, his eyes instantly widened. Only to see that on the Martial Way Tower, located on the 51st floor, there was actually a white dot. This is the 51st floor? In the entire Jinling Great Base, besides me, there is actually someone who can ascend to the 51st floor. Gu Yunxiao? Or Shen Tianyun? No way. Gu Yunxiao is only at the early stage of Jin general strength, she can't even defeat me, and although Shen Tianyun is able to rely on formations to subdue the upper 5th level ferocious beasts, her own strength is only at the peak of the Zhongshu division, and there's no time for her to set up a formation within the Martial Dao Tower, so it can't be them by any means. But who else but them? Thoughts ran through his mind, and a look of shock unconsciously appeared on his face. And just as he was thinking so, he saw that the white actually jumped once again and appeared on the 52nd floor. Moving. It's moving again. He actually did ascend to the 52nd floor. That's terrible. Such strength simply makes it impossible to have any confidence in confrontation. When the white dot rushed up to the 52nd floor, all the onlooker martial artists were filled with incredulity. Even Shen Song could not help but clench his fists. 52 floors. This is the 52nd floor. He was very certain that even if it was the 51st floor, as long as he went up there, he would definitely be killed in an instant. Nope. Just as Shen Song had just thought of this, his pupils suddenly shrunk. 53 floors. That point of light stayed at the 52nd floor for but a few breaths of time, and then it unexpectedly jumped once again and appeared at the 53rd floor. This. He's even a second? Looking at the white dot flying upwards, the pupils in Shin Song's eyes shrunk violently. No one else knows. But he climbed up to the 49th floor and stopped, so he naturally understood. The higher up they went, the more powerful the realm strength of the ferocious beasts became, and the more numerous they became. And the other party was able to come to the 53rd floor in such a short period of time and at such a fast speed. There's only one possibility. The opponent's strength had long since completely surpassed the same realm. The so-called Sea of Men tactic was simply meaningless in its eyes. Who the hell is he? Shin Song murmured to himself, his words carrying a horror that was hard to hide. The other martial artists naturally noticed the situation. Each one was filled with horror. Although Chumo's speed had always been this fast. But seeing that he had already rushed to the 50th floor and was actually able to maintain his speed unabated, this was very terrifying. But immediately afterward, everyone's eyes widened. Only the white dot was seen, rapidly climbing upwards. 54 floors. 55 floors. 60 floors. In a short period of time, this white dot killed all the way to the 60th floor. Kill. Inside the martial arts tower, Chumo's body was haunted by an infinite blade intent that scattered and permeated the entire space. The light red autumn killing blade, as it was constantly waved, traced a reddish-colored light in the air, and wherever it passed, the air was distorted by it, emitting a sharp sound. And in front of him, on the other hand, there were 10 terrifying peak level 5 ferocious beasts. Compare it to the peak existence of human town generals. Facing such an opponent, Chumo couldn't do it with ease. Although his attack power as well as reached the peak level of Jin General, even his defense and speed were not inferior to the peak of Jin General under the blessing of the wind attribute talent and the earth attribute talent, and even some of them even slightly exceeded, but he wasn't really a peak town general after all. In terms of overall strength, it's going to be slightly less than that. So, Chumo had to go all out to dodge any of the ferocious beast's attacks without a hint of laxity. Otherwise, as long as he was touched, he would immediately be seriously injured or even die. In such a situation, Chumo fought with great difficulty. But again, his proficiency with the Shantian battling slash was also increasing. Even his mastery of the shadowless phantom steps was becoming more and more skillful. Roar. A ferocious and dominating roar came. A huge tiger king at the peak level of the 5th grade came galloping in. His body was like a huge mountain, containing explosive power. Shadowless phantom steps. Chumo's figure flickered, instantly dodging the tiger king's attack, and then the undying thunder body was unleashed, and terrifying thunder instantly swept out. The tiger king was forced to retreat. Take advantage of this. Chumo held the autumn killing blade, operated his spatial talent, and bullied his way up. In the meantime, the chi and blood in his body operated crazily, and the 365 blade orifices up and down his body trembled crazily, and endless blade chi burst out, pouring out along the autumn killing blade. Boom boom boom. The long blade fell with a sound of breaking air, like thunder, ready to hit the tiger king's neck. With just a sound, the tiger king's hard skin was sliced open, and a large amount of blood spilled down. Barely. At this point, Chumo suddenly heard a vision from behind him. Subconsciously looking back, he saw a giant snake spitting out a mouthful of green venom towards his face. Chumo's expression remained unchanged as his transcendent level fire attribute talent was exerted, and endless flames suddenly swept out from his body, rippling over an area hundreds of feet in circumference. These venoms, faced with the flames burning them, instantly emitted a stabbing and pulling sound, and were incinerated in an instant. And after, the terrifying flames directly engulfed the giant snake, causing the latter to let out a painful hiss. Constant offense. Constant tussle. Chumo's body was covered in blood. It's hard to know how long it's been. All 10 terrifying peak level 5 ferocious beasts finally died under his blade. Congratulations to trialist Chu Mo for clearing the 60th floor and obtaining the stage reward. When the voice came, Chu Mo finally loosened up. Leaning on the autumn killing blade, he breathed heavily. A fierce fight had depleted his chi, blood, and yuan power, and his body was empty. All over his body, he was even drenched in sweat. But he was not amused. Instead, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. The rewards of the 60th floor were about to be revealed. Chapter 112 Soul Yuan Fetus, Fusion of Yuan Shin. The reward for the 60th floor, instead of giving options as before, was only one item. Precisely. More like a soul. Only 3 inches in size, it was currently sitting on its knees, suspended in midair. When Chu Mo saw this item, relevant information appeared in his mind. In a split second, his pupils plummeted. On his face, a color of shock also gradually surfaced. It was only after a long time that he came back to his senses, with a look of disbelief still on his face. No wonder Chu Mo was so shocked. The truth is that this thing is really too big, even exceeding Chu Mo's expectations. This object is called a soul genesis. The only function was to help martial artists condense their yuan shin. As we all know, everyone has a soul, and the difference between an ordinary person and a martial artist only lies in the strength of the soul once the physical body was destroyed. Whether it was a martial artist or an ordinary person, the soul was also annihilated. But the Genjutsu is different. The yuan shin was condensed from the soul, and if a martial artist condensed the yuan shin, he or she could go out of the body and roam heaven and earth. If the physical body was destroyed, the yuan shin could still live if it left. It is just that this is a great loss for the yuan shin, and if you don't find a place to stay in time, it is also hard to escape death. But in the end, there is one more chance to live. Beyond that, after condensing the yuan shin, then there is no need to fear many means against the soul. It would even cause the spiritual power to skyrocket, mastering some arcane and mysterious means of spiritual attack. All in all, there were many benefits once the yuan shin was condensed, but, because of this, it was extremely difficult to condense the yuan shin. Unless one possessed a talent for souls and had also obtained a method for hammering souls, it would be impossible for even an 8 desolate exalt to condense a yuan shin. Chu Mo had been cultivating for such a long time. Neither the Luoyang base nor the Jinling Big Base had ever heard of anyone cultivating a yuan shin. This shows the degree of rarity. And right now. But it gave Chu Mo a chance to be able to condense his yuan shin. What an amazing chance. A flash of surprise appeared on Chu Mo's face. He didn't hesitate to take the soul yuan fetus and carefully put it into his carry-on space. At that moment, the prompt from the martial tower came again. Trialist Chu Mo, will you continue to break through? Chu Mo did not answer immediately. Every 10 floors of the martial Dao Tower was a stage, and now he was already facing a ferocious beast that existed at the peak of the Jin General. If he didn't expect it, the 61st floor would inevitably be a rank 6 ferocious beast, that is, an existence that was comparable to an 8 desolate exalt. With his current strength, it was probably hard to deal with it. But Chu Mo still wanted to go in and give it a try. Therefore, he swallowed a few recovery ammunitions and fully restored his chi, blood, and yuan power to its peak before saying, "Continue." The moment the words fell, Chu Mo then found himself in a new area. 61st floor. Roar. A deafening voice came out suddenly. As Chu Mo's gaze looked over, he saw a ferocious beast with a terrifying aura rushing over. Its speed was so fast that before Chu Mo could even see it, it had already arrived in front of him. Chu Mo simply didn't have time to react, and could only subconsciously activate his Earth attribute talent to bolster his defense the next instant. He then felt a pain in his chest, and all the organs in his body had shattered, and his body was heavily damaged, and his entire body flew out backwards. Fortunately, because of the wood attribute talent, he could recover from his injuries, so he did not die immediately. But such strength also made Chumo's heart flinch. What speed? Is this the terror of a rank 6 ferocious beast? He had seen 2 level 6 fierce beasts fighting each other within the secret territory within the Luoyang base, but at that time, they were still hundreds of miles away and did not directly face each other. Later on, he personally killed the Fire Phoenix, but after all, the other party had already been seriously injured, and his strength was not 1 in 100. So, today was considered to be the first time he had fought head-on with a rank 6 ferocious beast. As a result, he was seriously injured just before he stepped in. Although he had the wood attribute talent to recover from his injuries, he was not invincible after all. If his injuries were too severe, or if his head was shattered, he would surely die as well. At this point, the ferocious beast attacked again. Chumo hastily executed his spatial talent and narrowly dodged away from the opponent's attack, then he had his strength at full strength and prepared to counterattack. But when he slashed up, however, it could only leave a shallow wound on the body of this rank 6 ferocious beast, slightly seeping out some blood. The next moment, the wound was completely healed under Chumo's gaze. Roar! This rank 6 ferocious beast had completely failed to anticipate that Chumo would actually be able to heavily injure him, and was instantly enraged. The speed and power of the attack was once again a few points faster. Chumo dodged in a hurry. However, the ferocious beast was in hot pursuit and could only allow Chumo to use his spatial talent to instantly move one after another. So down. A few minutes later, Chumo's chi and blood were depleted. Being chased up by the ferocious beast, he directly slammed his fist down. His body directly turned into mush and dissipated into space. After killing Chumo, the ferocious beast then dissipated. Trialist Chumo failed the test on the 61st floor of the Martial Dao Tower, final score, 60th floor. Chumo, who had just coalesced his body, listened to the sound of elevation in his ears, and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. The difference between the strength of a rank 6 ferocious beast and a rank 5 ferocious beast is too much. With my strength, it's still very difficult to fight against. Trummer shook his head. The test was over and he was going to get out. But just a moment before he was about to leave the Martial Dao Tower, he suddenly thought of something, and then hurriedly operated his dark attribute talent to hide in the darkness. He's entered the 61st floor. Oh my god, this is the 61st floor. Can someone tell me if this is me going crazy or if there's something wrong with the martial arts tower? Why would any martial artist be able to enter to break through the 60th layer? What kind of terrifying natural talent should this be? Outside the tower, all the martial artists looked at the white that had entered the 61st floor, and all of them had horrified looks on their faces, each as if they had seen a ghost. Ever since the opening of Little Leaf's Qing Tian mysterious realm and the exploration of this Martial Dao Tower, to this day, no martial artist had ever broken through to the 50th floor in their Jinling Great Base. And nowadays, surprisingly, someone had rushed straight up to the 60th floor in one breath, and directly broke into the 61st floor. Didn't this mean that the other party's strength had exceeded the peak level of a Zhen general? Stepping into the 8 desolate exalted beings? Everyone's scalp tingled at the thought of this possibility, and they only found it unthinkable. Venerable 8 wastes. It's a mainstay of the human race. The absolute top level within the large base of Jinling. A being that is admired and honored by millions. Is it going to be born today, in full view of them? Just under everyone's nervous gaze, the original white that was in the middle of its 61 layers suddenly flickered and then disappeared. The scene. It made all the martial artists freeze. Then came a steep awakening. He failed. He stopped at the 61st floor. Oh my god, he finally failed, or I would have gone crazy. Although the 61st floor failed, but after all, it was also a supreme pride who was able to break through the 60th floor, with strength exceeding the existence of a peak Shin general, and I don't know who this person is. He should be coming out soon, we'll see this guy soon. As long as he shows up and comes out, his name will surely spread throughout the entire Jinling Great Base. All the martial artists looked at the entrance of the Martial Dao Tower with anticipation, trying to wait for that one figure to step out. Even Shen Song was clenching his fists at this moment, his gaze tightly fixed on the exit. They waited for a long time and didn't see anyone walk out. Where are the people? Why isn't it out yet? Did you guys see anyone come out? Everyone was confused and full of amazement. They were waiting to watch this unseen supreme heavenly pride show up, but who knows that after waiting for so long, there is actually no figure out. This is difficult to be haunted. Just outside the Martial Dao Tower, hundreds of martial artists were still waiting for Chu Mo to show up. No one knows. At this moment, Chu Mo had already relied on his dark attribute talent to quietly leave this place. Under a secluded cliff, Chu Mo used his long sword to open up a cave. There's no time to lose, fuse the Soul Yuan fetus. Chu Mo sat down on his knees and took it out from within his carry space. The process of converging souls to metamorphose into Yuan Shen was a very dangerous one, and once there was a mistake, it would result in damage to the soul. It's something that hurts the fundamentals. If it's light, you'll lose a lot of strength, and if it's heavy, you may become an idiot. But Chu Mo possessed a Soul Yuan fetus, but he didn't need to worry about this kind of thing happening. All he needed to do was to absorb the Soul Yuan fetus into the Violet Mansion, which would cause the soul to metamorphose and transform into a Yuan Shen. There's no danger of that. And the Yuan Shen condensed from the Soul Yuan fetus was still very tough, compared to other martial artists who relied on time to continuously temper their souls. Even if they eventually became Yuan Shen, it was still a fledgling form in the beginning, and it would still take a lot of time to cultivate a complete Yuan Shen. Chu Mo, on the other hand, could just skip this step. Saves a lot of time. Thinking so, Chu Mo directly then closed his eyes and began to refine it. As time went by, the Soul Yuan was pulled into the Violet Mansion little by little. His soul then converged towards the Violet Mansion. One day later, the Yuan fetus within Chu Mo's Violet Mansion was already halfway through its metamorphosis. 2 days later, the complete fusion of Chu Mo's soul and Yuan Tire was complete, and in its place was a brand new Yuan Shen look within to the Violet Mansion. See a slightly illusory figure sitting on his knees. Looks and Chu Mo has 7 points of similarity, surrounded by a faint golden light, looks majestic and solemn. It finally worked. A smile appeared on Chu Mo's face. Once the spirit is complete, and then after a period of nurturing, it will be able to make it out of the body, then fly to the sky to hide everything, but also can be hidden in the flowers, trees, rocks. Speed is very fast. Even if we wait until the Yuan Shen is more congealed in the future, we will still be able to harness physical objects. It is a wonderful thing to have. Only after carefully observing it did Chu Mo come back to his senses. Clearing his cluttered thoughts, he murmured, "It's not easy to cultivate the dragon image imperishable scripture. I'm afraid it will take constant time. And now in the secret realm, the opportunity is not easy, but you can't waste all your time on this. And look for the opportunity first, and then cultivate after we get out of the secret realm." Chapter 113. Dull takes credit for discovering a vein of Yuan stone. There were countless heavenly treasures in the secret realm. But if there is no goal, and a headless fly, there is not much to be gained. Thinking so, Chu Mo intended to call out Dale. In a place like this, it was still her that would be most useful. A finger lightly tapped a small purple and gold pocket at his waist. Subsequently, Dale then jumped out of it. This was a spirit animal bag that he had specially purchased at the Jinling Big Base, which allowed living creatures to live in it. However, because the space constructed was very fragile, it had to be a martial artist's beast pet. Otherwise, if the ferocious beast was unwilling, it could easily destroy the space constructed in its spirit beast pouch. Nonetheless, it is extremely expensive. The price of buying one spirit beast bag was enough to buy dozens of storage bags of the same size. Sparing Chu Mo's worth, he could only buy a spirit beast bag with less than 5 cubic meters of internal space. Luckily, the treasure-hunting bird, Dull, and the three-legged golden crow were not too big, so for the time being, they could still fit in. As for Tenpenny, forget it. With his body, even if he were to shrink twice as much, he wouldn't be able to come in, which was why Chumo didn't bring it with him. Master, you finally released me. The space in the spirit beast pouch is too small, and it scares me to death to be in the same room as him. Just as soon as he summoned Dale, the treasure-hunting bird jumped onto Chumo's shoulder and complained. The space in the spirit beast pouch was originally small, and she was still a bird lively by nature, but because of the space limitations, she had to creep down. Coupled with the fact that he was still face-to-face with the three-legged golden crow, and felt the innate suppression coming from the other party's body every day, the treasure-hunting bird felt like he was on the verge of depression, staying inside his rondeau, and this is your reward. Chumo stroked Dale's head, then took out a portion of spirit rice from within his space. Thank you, master. Dale's eyes lit up and he immediately jumped onto his palm and pecked away. When it finished eating, Chumo asked, Dull, can you sense any treasures around you? Words. Dale sensed carefully, and then said, Master, there's so much yuan qi here, and I sense many treasures around me. There was surprise in her words. Then take me to the nearest hidden treasure. Chummer said with a smile. Yes. Dale nodded. It then fluttered its wings directly and led Chumo to find the treasure. Following the guidance of the treasure-hunting bird, Chumo traveled all the way, and after a few moments, he arrived at his destination. In front of him was a grassy jungle, and when it was set aside, a small bush could be seen in the deepest part. Only more than half a person high, which bears some small red fruit, exudes a strange aroma. At a glance it is clear that it is not ordinary. Purple flame fruit. Chumo produced the spirit fruit with a joyful look in his eyes. Purple flame fruit is a fire attribute spirit fruit. After swallowing it, there is a very small probability for a martial artist to awaken a fire attribute talent, and the one that is awakened is only a weak fire attribute talent of the lowest grade. But even so, being able to give a martial artist a chance to have an extra talent out of thin air was enough to make countless martial artists go crazy. In the Jinling Grand Base, every single purple flame fruit could be sold for at least 1 million lower-grade yuan stones. And on this one small bush in front of me, there were at least a dozen of them, and when converted, it would be equivalent to more than 10 million lower-grade yuan stones in hand. Such a big haul right off the bat. Dale, well done. Trummer was delighted. Fruity. In this kind of secret realm, it was still the treasure-hunting bird that was the most useful, able to find many, many treasures. For example, the purple flame fruit in front of him, hidden in such a hidden place, if not for Dale leading the way, it would almost be hard to be discovered. The spirit fruit was carefully picked and placed inside the carry-on space. After doing this, Chummer said, continue. For the rest of the day, Chumo, led by Dull, searched everywhere in the secret realm, and successively found a dozen more places where spirit grasses grew or hidden treasures, all of which were of similar value to the purple flame fruit sure. The vast majority of these places where spirit herbs grew or hidden treasures were guarded by rank 5 ferocious beasts. But under Chumo's blade, they were all subdued. Actually, the martial artists of the various forces that entered the little leaf-green sky mysterious realm did not search for heavenly treasures in the first place, but instead, they all broke into the martial Dao Tower to obtain some rewards and grow their strength, and then went on to search for some inheritance places. For them, specializing in searching for heavenly materials was an extremely time-consuming affair. Only Chumo, because he possessed the treasure-hunting bird, could search around with high efficiency. Evening. Chumo opened up a sheltered cave and began to take stock of the day's harvest. Purple flame fruit, 17 tiger's claw pomegranate, 4 pieces. Bipolaris, 7 plants. White sun leaves, 9 pieces. Chopped iron secret sand, 5 pounds. True embodied silk, 33 strands. The value of just one day's harvest added up to close to 200 million lower-grade yuan stones. This delighted Chummer. Although the vast majority of these treasures he couldn't use. But it was entirely possible to sell it for some of the treasures he needed. Rest for the night and continue tomorrow, Chummer said. This time, he came to the secret realm with the intention of acquiring wealth. Therefore, for the next period of time, he would focus on harvesting heavenly materials and treasures, striving to obtain resources that would be sufficient to support his cultivation to the 4 directions in general or even the 8 desolate exalted realm before he left the secret realm. The next few days, Chu Mo then searched around, and thanks to the guidance of the treasure-hunting bird, he harvested many spirit herbs and spirit fruits similar to the dual pole grass, purple inferno, and so on, so it could be said that the harvest was quite fruitful this day. Chu Mo and the treasure-hunting bird came to a wasteland. Suddenly, Dale seemed to sense something and stopped straight away. "What's wrong?" Chummer asked. Dale stood on a boulder and looked down at the land below. A look of contemplation appeared on her face. A moment later, she said, "Master, I feel that there is something abnormal about this land below, as if some yuan qi fluctuations are coming from it vaguely, but when I carefully perceive it, I can't detect it." Hear that? Chu Mo also frowned slightly. But then he stretched out and said with a smile, "What's the point, just dig it up and see." Said. Chu Mo let Dale stand on his shoulders, and then he directly drew his longsword. Many talents and powers were added, instantly causing Chu Mo's power to come to the limit of 100-fold increase. A chop followed. Boom! It was accompanied by a deafening blast from a knife. A canyon that was 100 meters long and 10 meters deep appeared steeply on the vast wilderness. Huh? Seeing the range of his chop, Chu Mo couldn't help but lightly eep out. His physical body had exceeded 200 elephant power, and with a 100-fold increase, it was comparable to the strength of a peak Shin general, and a single slash was enough to make the blade chi spread for thousands of meters and tens of meters deep. But at this moment, it only cut out a small canyon that was 100 meters long and 10 meters deep. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Chummer jumped straight down. Instead, he found that the upper layer of earth and stone had been lifted by his slash, revealing some dark brown stones. These stones are so hard. Chu Mo's face wore a look of surprise. He could see that it was because of these stones that Chu Mo's destructive power was weakened by more than 10 times. "Master, my perception of the yuan qi fluctuations down below has become even sharper." At this point, Dale, the treasure-seeking bird, also jumped down and spoke. The moment those words came out, Chu Mo instantly knew that there was definitely something wrong underneath the stone. So with a flash of his eyes, he directly swung his sword and chopped towards the bottom. A slash that landed on this kind of stone could only cut out a depth of less than 5 meters. But Chummer kept swinging his sword. In the blink of an eye, he had already swung hundreds of blades and came to a place 500 meters underground. Boom! At that moment, Chu Mo slashed out once again, chopping the stone directly underneath him. Subsequently, Chu Mo then found that the black and brown stone could not be seen, and instead, it was a large white color into the eyes, as well as an endless amount of yuan qi poured out. This is a vein of yuan stone? Chu Mo was first stunned, then a look of surprise appeared on his face. A yuan stone vein is a place that produces yuan stones. Even the smallest vein could mine tens of millions of yuan stones. As for the vein in front of him, Chu Mo used his spatial talent to perceive it and found that it was hundreds of meters long, which meant that at least hundreds of millions of yuan stones could be mined. No wonder these stones are so hard. It turns out that it's all because of the yuan qi nourishment that caused the stones to change internally. He looked around, full of excitement. If he hadn't discovered this place, hundreds of years later, perhaps those original black-brown stones would have gradually formed into yuan stones, and by then this place would be a large vein spreading thousands of meters. But for now, this was enough to satisfy Chu Mo. At that moment, He immediately took out the autumn-killing blade and began to mine it. The veins were not individually formed into one piece by one piece. In that case, hundreds of millions of yuan stones could not be extracted even if they were mined until the end of time. Therefore, these yuan stones mainly formed a large crystal-like chunk in the vein, and only needed to be mined down, and one could cut out a thumb-sized chunk of yuan stone afterwards. Click. Accompanied by Chu Mo's slash, a yuan stone of a few cubic meters was sliced off, and was immediately placed in Chu Mo's carry-on space. A cubic meter of yuan stone, cut into commercially circulating yuan stone, was worth at least 1 million. Present. Chummer then smothered his head and mind. 1 cubic meter. Another cubic meter. Here are 2 more cubic meters. Chu Mo kept digging, and soon had already quarried hundreds of cubic meters of yuanshi, which was equivalent to nearly 100 million pieces of lower-grade yuanshi coming into his hands, and that's when. Less than a third of this vein has been dug. Chu Mo glanced at his carry-on space along with his cultivation advancement to Zhongshe. His carry-on space had also grown to over 400 cubic meters. It should barely be enough to hold all the yuan stones. Therefore, after Chu Mo took a short rest, he continued to excavate. An hour later, Chu Mo had already arrived at the end of the mineral vein. A yuan stone with very dense yuan qi was found, at least 100 times more than the yuan qi contained in the lower-grade yuan stones. Because the yuan qi was so dense that it had all become transparent and crystallized. This is middle-grade yuan stone? Chu Mo's face instantly showed joy. A middle-grade yuan stone is worth 100 times as much as a lower-grade yuan stone. And the medium-grade yuan stone here in front of him was at least a cubic meter, that translates to hundreds of millions of dollars worth. Chapter 114, The Divine Sword Sec's Hidden Treasure. Sure. Chu Mo wouldn't be foolish enough to exchange these middle-grade yuan stones for lower-grade yuan stones. Because mid-grade yuan stones contained more dense yuan qi, to many high-level martial artists, mid-grade yuan stones were far more precious than lower-grade yuan stones. Therefore, 1 middle-grade yuan stone could be exchanged for 100 lower-grade yuan stones, but 100 lower-grade yuan stones could not be exchanged for 1 middle-grade yuan stone. And by keeping these millions of middle-grade yuan stones, Chu Mo could completely purchase some cherished treasures that could not be purchased no matter how many lower-grade yuan stones he spent. After loading these mid-grade yuan stones into the carry-on space, this vein was pretty much dug up. Although there were still some scattered lower-grade yuan stones, there were about tens of millions of them. However, because it is so spread out, mining it would take a lot of time and be somewhat worthless. Therefore, Chu Mo also stopped mining and went out directly from the vein. Great Hall. Returning to the wilderness and looking at the carry-on space full of yuan stones, Chu Mo's face wore a look of excitement. Only a few short days after entering the secret realm, he had already harvested more than 300 million lower-grade yuan stones, more than 1 million middle-grade yuan stones, plus more than 200 million worth of heavenly materials and treasures. Trummer could be sure of that. All the martial artists who had entered the secret realm this time had not gained more than him. After organizing his carry-on space a bit, Chu Mo took Dole with him and continued his journey in search of treasures. Soon, Chu Mo then left the wilderness and entered a huge mountain range under the leadership of Dole. There are so many peaks here, as far as the eye can see, there are so many layers that you can't even count them at a glance. There are many very lush plants and trees growing in the mountains. Entering it, even the sunlight was completely blocked out, making it seem very dim. Quite a few roars of ferocious beasts could also be heard vaguely, coming from all directions. Dale, how much farther? Chummer asked. Master, I feel like there's still 30 miles to go. Dale, standing on his shoulder, replied. Chu Mo nodded, and then he spread out his mental power, searching as he moved forward. Since condensing the Yuan Shen, Chu Mo's spiritual power had also skyrocketed, originally only able to cover a 5-mile radius, but now it had also suddenly surged to cover a 50-mile radius. It was wider than even the coverage of a peak town general. All the way forward, Chu Mo quickly relied on his spiritual power to perceive this place of hidden treasure upon arriving. It was found to be a blood-light grass, able to have a certain gain effect on a martial artist's refinement of qi and blood, and its value was quite high, able to be sold for millions of lower-grade yuan stones. Chu Mo was satisfied and put it away in space. After doing this, Chu Mo was about to leave. But just then. Instead, he suddenly looked away, his eyes looking ahead. Under his mental detection, a violent fluctuation of yuan qi came from 35 miles ahead. It looks like someone's fighting. Chu Mo pondered a little, then he directly operated his dark attribute talent, hiding his figure and rushing towards that side. It didn't take long to get to the neighborhood. Raise your eyes. Just a short distance ahead, a group of martial artists were fighting two huge ferocious beasts. It's the Su family. Chu Mo saw that this group of martial artists were all wearing the Su family's clothes, and one of the martial artists at the head of the group was even the Su family's son who had previously provoked Chu Mo. What are they doing here in the middle of nowhere? Chu Mo frowned with some doubt in his heart. Just as he was thinking in his mind. At this moment on the field, those two fifth-level medium ferocious beasts were gradually falling into the wind. Although their strength wasn't weak, they had no chance of surviving against the siege of more than 100 martial artists who were at least peak zongsure, plus there were also 7 or 8 in general powerhouses to cope with the attack. A few moments later, the Su clan martial artist who had provoked Chu Mo earlier found a break in the ferocious beasts and stabbed one of them with his sword, then the Su clan's martial artists swarmed up and killed it. The other ferocious beast could not stand alone and was quickly rounded up and killed. Brother Su Tian is so powerful, he seriously injured a 5th-level medium ferocious beast with a single sword. If it weren't for Brother Su Tian, I'm afraid we'd have to go through a lot of trouble this time. Yes. Think about Brother Su Tian, he's the same age as us, yet he's already at the early stage of Jin General, while we're still only at the peak of zongsure, so it's really a case of people dying compared to people, and goods being thrown away compared to goods. Don't worry, when we get to that relic, maybe we can also step into the Jin General level along the way. Speaking of which, the family head's mouth is really tight, actually not telling us about this until we were about to leave. It's not for fear of news leaking out. When we get the treasures and the relics, our Su family's strength will surely get a surge, and by that time, the entire Jinling big base will be our Su family's say-so. Really looking forward to that day. After slaying the ferocious beast, the Su clan martial artists immediately relaxed and then chatted leisurely. Alright, I'll cut the crap, hurry up and rest those who are resting, pack those who are packing, we're leaving in 10 minutes. Just as they were talking, a town general martial artist stepped forward to chide. All the martial artists were silenced, not daring to talk anymore. Next, the injured martial artists began to swallow pills to heal their wounds, while the other martial artists collected the materials from the two ferocious beasts. 10 minutes later, the men continued on their way, heading deeper into the mountains. Road. Brother Su Tian, as the crowd called him, was currently at the front of the group, talking to several Jin General level martial artists. How far away is it from the relics that the family had mentioned? Su Tian asked. It should be about 500 miles away, right in the deepest part of this mountain range. A town general took out a map and looked at it before speaking. Hear that? Su Tian nodded slightly and said, this relic is a matter of great importance, and it is likely that there is a martial arts monument hidden inside. If we can obtain it and bring it back to the base, it will become an important base for my Su family, allowing my Su family martial artists to comprehend the monument and realize the true meaning of the martial arts. In addition to that, there are other treasures in the relics. If we can all get our hands on them, my Su family will surely leap to prominence at that time. So, there is no room for error. Listening to Su Tian's words, the crowd of Su clan martial artists all nodded their heads in understanding. One of the town generals even said with longing, when that time comes, the Jade Merchant Alliance will no longer be able to suppress our Su family. Yes. The Jade Merchant Alliance has been standing over my Su family's head and shitting and pissing for far too long, and it's finally time to topple them. And that Chu Mo, relying on being a guest secretary of the Jade Merchant Alliance, he actually dared to kill our Su family's children, how arrogant and groundless. He must be killed to vent his anger. Several other town generals chimed in. Their Su family had suffered a lot of suppression from the Jade Merchant Alliance since they had crossed paths with the Jade Merchant Alliance, even though they were still one of the 4 great families. As a martial artist of the Su family, how had he ever suffered this kind of anger? The heart has long been stifled for a long time, and now that they finally saw a chance to rise, each of them was looking forward to it in their hearts. Look at each and every one of you with no talent. Hearing their words, Su Tian on the side coldly snorted, when we get the treasures of this relic, not to mention a single Jade Merchant Alliance, in the future, even the entire Jinling base will be within my Su family's grasp. At that time, whoever dares to mess with our Su family will have to die. As for that Chu Mo, it's just a mole cricket that can be beaten and killed with any hand. Behind the line, Chu Mo, who was hidden in the darkness, couldn't help but swipe a hint of killing intent in his eyes as he listened to their exchange. But more still amazed. A relic? Muttering, a flash of realization appeared in his eyes. No wonder these Su clan martial artists didn't even break into the Martial Dao Tower and directly left in a great hurry, so it turned out that they had discovered a relic. Thinking so, Chu Mo suppressed the killing intent in his heart and followed behind the Su clan's martial artists, wanting to see exactly where they were headed. Following the Su clan martial artist, he made 7 turns along the way, and after an hour, he arrived at his destination. But before his eyes, he saw a smoky valley. There were many trees in the valley, all kinds of exotic flowers and grasses were everywhere, and there were even some streams flowing, resembling an earthly paradise. In the deepest part of the valley, there was a very large palace built against the mountain. Only most of this palace had collapsed and become ruins, looking very dilapidated. However, on the outside, there was still a formation in operation, and the yellow light formed a cover, like an inverted bowl, wrapping the entire palace. This is where the Divine Sword Sect's secret sect is located. It's really spectacular. Who would have thought that the Divine Sword Sect, in addition to its main sect residence, would still have such a hidden secret place? It's really hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power the Divine Sword Sect was before it declined. Although this Divine Sword Sect's secret clan looks much smaller than the clan's residence over at the Martial Dao Tower, this place is where the Divine Sword Sect hides the clan's resources, and many of the Heavenly Pride disciples have dived here, so there are definitely a lot of treasures. Yeah. Although the Divine Sword Sect's main clan is huge, the vast majority of it has already declined, and it has been explored by countless forces for ages, so there aren't many good things left at all, whereas here, no one has come yet. If my Su clan can clean up this place, we will be able to capitalize on the momentum. It's fitting that my Su family should prosper. The Su clan's martial artists, looking at this relic, said excitedly, and not far away, Chu Mo, who was listening to the discussion of the Su family's children, also had a stony face. He never expected it. The relics that the Su family had searched for turned out to be the location of one of the Divine Sword Sect's secret sects, the so-called Tantra. In fact, it is a large clan or a large power secretly built by the inheritance of the place, mainly for fear of accidents in the clan. In case of collapse, there is this Tantra, but also can continue the inheritance of the clan. That's why usually such places would keep the clan's secret martial arts books and many treasures. In other words, this place must have many heavy treasures placed here by the Divine Sword Sect. Think about it. Chu Mo's eyes steeply revealed a flash of essence. The enormity of the Divine Sword Sect had been understood since the time he entered this secret realm. Other than that martial arts tower alone was beyond the grasp of an ordinary power. At the very least, the current large base in Jinling can't have it. While this was in the Divine Sword Sect, it was only used for ordinary disciples to try out. This showed how terrifying the power of the Divine Sword Sect was. I didn't think that the Su family would be able to find their way to such a hidden place. If we really let them get their hands on the treasures here, I'm afraid that it could really allow the Su family to soar to the top of the entire Jinling Grand Base. But since I'm here, the Su family has lost this opportunity. Chu Mo revealed a smear of killing intent in his eyes as he secretly thought. Chapter 115 A single sword kills 100 patriarchs. He and the Su family originally had an unresolvable grudge. Each other has reached the point of death, naturally cannot sit back and watch each other rise. What's more, the value of this hidden treasure site was enormous, and since he had come across it, he wouldn't let it go easily. Thinking so. At this time in the Su family's team, Su Tian opened his mouth and said, although there are many treasures here, there are also quite a few dangers. The Divine Sword sect has been destroyed for an unknown number of years, but this formation is still in operation. Its power is certainly not to be underestimated. We must be careful. A kind of Su clan martial artists heard this, and all nodded their heads, saying, yes, we understand. Seeing that they all looked solemn, Su Tian's face eased slightly, then he said behind him, Su Shan, I'll leave this formation to you. The words fell. A Su clan martial artist then walked out from the crowd. His strength was only at the peak Zhongshe realm, and he was very inconspicuous amongst the group. Yet all eyes were on him at the moment. Because he is the entire Su family, the only one patriarch-level formation master. The moment the formation master named Su Shan took out a small flag, and then imperially instilled Yuan Qi into it, and just waved it towards the front, and immediately an invisible ripple escaped and landed on the large formation in front of him, which enveloped the entire valley. The yellow light rippled for a moment, followed by a gentle tremor. Pfft! Su Shan steeply spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning white. The breath shriveled up. It's truly terrifying. The formation has been in operation for so many years, but it's still so powerful, and it's so skillfully laid out. It's a masterpiece of ingenuity, he said with a face full of shock. But after all these years, there were some oversights after all. Su Tian, lead my Su clan's martial artists to attack the formation barrier 300 meters away from your left front, where it has become a loophole. He opened his mouth. Yes. Su Tian nodded. He then had the other martial artists help Su Shan down to heal his wounds. As for himself, he brought many martial artists to the location pointed out by Su Shan and began to attack. Boom boom boom. One could only see hundreds of Su clan martial artists, each performing their own martial arts skills, bombarding the yellow barrier, causing the large formation to constantly shake and ripple. Such an uninterrupted bombardment. Half an hour later. Boom. With a loud bang, the formation shattered with a loud bang. In the meantime, a rich Yuan Qi came to his face, and just by taking a breath, he felt that the Qi and blood in his body had been enlivened for a few minutes with it. The big formation is broken. What a dense Yuan Qi. It seems like there should be quite a few treasures in here. Ha ha ha, it's all mine now, the Su family. In the valley, Yuan Qi so dense that it was as if it was substantial gushed out, and everyone immediately stopped blasting and swept towards the inside, their faces showing excitement. Stay alert and be careful. Su Tian still maintained his sanity and reminded loudly. But talk. A touch of uncontrollable ecstasy also spread across his face. This is the hidden treasure of the Excalibur sect. If the Su family is cleaned up, we will be able to reap a full harvest. And he, Su Tian, would be able to obtain countless benefits within this relic. Perhaps he could rely on this harvest, making it possible for him to have a chance to step into the 8 desolate exalted realm in the future. Even there's still a chance to become a young patriarch. If it was before, he naturally did not have this possibility. But along with the 2 sons of the head of the family died one after the other, and although he wasn't from the family head's lineage, he was the strongest martial artist in the Su family's younger generation today. Coupled with this great achievement this time, in the future, it is not unlikely that he will be established by the old ancestor as the young patriarch, and when the family head Su Lang abdicates in the future, he will be able to take over the position of the head of the Su family. One thought soon. He is in charge of the Su family, stands in the top of the Jinling base, by countless people worship, even the 8 wasteland venerable should be polite to him 3 times, cannot help but heart surge, a moment of love difficult to self-control. However, right about this time, his ears, however, suddenly heard a voice. You, Su family, are overjoyed. The voice was indistinct, coming from all directions. The steepness caused all the Su clan martial artists here, including Su Tian, to change their faces. Who is it? Hearing the voice, Su Tian quickly reacted and immediately bellowed. As for the other Su family martial artists, they were all on the alert in an instant, mobilizing their qi and blood yuan power and surveying their surroundings vigilantly. With things having come to this, Chu Mo didn't cover up any more, but showed his figure and walked out from the shadows. It's actually you? Upon seeing Chu Mo, Su Tian and the others were first stunned, then quickly reacted. You've been following us? His heart tightened and a tense look appeared on his face. Chu Mo was the guest secretary of the Jade Merchant Alliance, and now that he was here, did it mean that all the other martial artists of the Jade Merchant Alliance had followed him here as well? Thinking so, he swept his gaze toward Chu Mo's surroundings, wanting to look for signs of other people. No need to look, it's just me. Chu Mo looked at the palace not far away and laughed. It really didn't occur to me that your Su family could still find such a place. Damn it, how dare a single person from the district follow us? Even showing up on his own, he simply doesn't know how to die. Kill him. The matter of this place must not be leaked out, he must be killed to prevent the matter from leaking out. Hearing Chu Mo's words, the surrounding Su clan martial artists shouted, their words filled with killing intent. As for Su Tian, he looked at Chu Mo with a gloomy face. He never expected it. Chu Mo actually followed him over, and even took the initiative to show himself, looking like he was emboldened. This caused some uneasiness to arise vaguely in Su Tian's heart. But here and now, being in the middle of the ruins, he knew that he couldn't let Chu Mo leave no matter what, so he could only forcefully hold back that uneasiness in his heart and said in a deep voice, Chu Mo, I don't know why you dared to take the initiative to show yourself, but this place is my Su family's secret, and since you bumped into it, you won't be able to get out of here alive. Everyone listened to the order, kill him together, quickly. He didn't have the slightest bit of nonsense, and he directly ordered to do it. As his words fell, all of the Su family's martial artists then took out their own blades and rushed towards Chu Mo. One time, the wind of the fist whistled and the power of the palm broke through the air. The sword-killing aura was even like a mountainous tsunami coming. The full force strike of hundreds of peak zone masters plus several early-stage Shin generals was so powerful that even if a peak Shin general was struck, he would die instantly and miserably. And at this point, Chu Mo, who bore the brunt of the attack, was like a flat boat in the middle of the sea, looking like it could capsize at any time. Everyone thought that Chu Mo would definitely be blown to pieces. But clank! Suddenly, a clear sound of a sword suddenly rang out. At first, it was still a bit weak, but then it suddenly rose to a high pitch. As if the wind whistling, the waves beat the shore, the landslide general, more with an unspeakable sense of sharpness, piercing all the eardrums, raw pain, the mind buzzing. This voice. Su Tian and the others were in the end quartet town general level martial artists, their vision was naturally not bad. So the first thing that struck me after hearing the sound was that something was wrong. They realized that the sound of the knife's roar it actually did not originate from the sword in Chu Mo's hand, but from his body. As if at this moment, his body was a divine sword that was slowly coming out of its sheath little by little. Such a vision was beyond Su Tian's knowledge. He didn't understand what was happening, but he clearly saw that along with the sound of the sword chirping getting louder, the sharpness emanating from his body was then 1 point thicker. What the hell is this? An unprecedented chill surged through Su Tian's heart, so much so that it made his scalp feel a tingle. But at this point, he already had no way back, so he could only clench his teeth and fully utilize his qi and blood yuan power to pounce even more rapidly towards Chu Mo. Kill. There is no time to lose. The long sword in Su Tian's hand was swift, wrapped in boundless killing intent. Above the tip of the sword, there was even a gas whistling, but it was mixed with a terrifying fury, and the sword chi on it even surged 3 times again, stabbing towards Chu Mo. Though it has not yet come to the body, however, the harsh sword chi had pierced one's skin with raw pain. No doubt about it. It's a kill shot. Containing Su Tian's lifelong cultivation and this life's mastery, he believed that Chu Mo absolutely could not avoid it. Chum Hum could certainly avoid it. But there is no need to avoid. Looking at Su Tian's sword, plus the killing moves of the hundreds of other Su clan martial artists, they were about to blast at Chu Mo's body. Just in the nick of time, Chu Mo's right hand suddenly stroked on top of the hilt of the sword. Jab la la. The crisp sound of a knife being drawn slowly sounded. The speed at which he drew his sword was slow in front of the speed at which the other martial artists pounced, but when the first inch was drawn out, a fierce and overbearing, terrifying blade aura that seemed to be able to cut through the heavens and the earth suddenly swept out from his body. In the meantime, the sound of the sword's roar on his body also grew faster and more urgent as the sword continued to be drawn out. In the end, just as the sound of the blade's roar reached a peak, it exploded. Shasta. It was as if the waves were roaring and the earth's dragons were turning over, and the boundless saber intent shot straight up into the clouds. In the entire valley, the sound of a sword ringing resounded in the minds of all of the Su family martial artists, and all of them were briefly deafened due to the sound of a sword. This was the sound of the blade orifices trembling within Chu Mo's body. Buzz. Comprehending 30% of the blade intent caused Chu Mo to awaken 365 blade orifices up and down his body, and at this moment, under the madness of the tremor, his body's chi, blood, and yuan power boiled up as if it was being boiled by a rolling torrent. In the midst of this boiling, the blade-shaped vortexes in the 365 blade orifices surged out violently and simultaneously, following the meridians and rushing into the right hand. Clank. Finally, the autumn-killing blade in his hand was completely drawn out. It then swung violently toward the front Shantian Batu chop. In an instant, a crimson blade chi came out across the sky. When this blade was swung, half of the sky suddenly brightened, the night curtain was torn open, and the dark clouds were stirred up, revealing the bright moon hanging high in the firmament. As for those Su clan martial artists who came forward, they had already come within 10 meters of Chu Mo's body and were only an instant away from being able to kill him. Yet at the moment. But they all had their bodies frozen in midair, unable to advance in the slightest. In the meantime, the expression on Su Tian's face also suddenly solidified. Several other town generals, too, stared at the same time. It was as if it stood still for a moment. It's hard to know how long it's been. Su Tian moved his neck with difficulty, looked at Chu Mo, and hissed, "What a stunning slash." The words fell. A dazzling and extreme blade chi suddenly drilled out from within his body, cutting his body into pieces. And the other Su clan martial artists around them. Also almost at the same time, they were all cut off and fell to the ground. There were hundreds of people, but under Chu Mo's sword, none of them survived. Chapter 116 Purple Gold Creation Pill, 40% Blade Intent. The valley was very silent. More than 100 Su clan martial artists were all ambushed on the ground, causing a faint scent of blood to spread in the valley. The scene. If an outsider were to see it, they would inevitably be horrified and filled with disbelief. Hundreds of peak Zhongshan level martial artists, plus several Zhenjiao level powerhouses, were actually killed by Chu Mo with a single slash? This is simply unthinkable. But actually, although these Su clan martial artists were numerous, they weren't considered strong for Chu Mo peak Zhongshan. They couldn't even break through his defense, and what's the point of having more martial artists like that, even if there are more of them? Unless the Su clan martial practitioners who were besieging had all reached the peak Shin general realm, otherwise, it would be impossible to cut Chu Mo down. But that's obviously not going to happen. So, When the Sioux clan's martial artists were bumped into by Chumo, it also doomed them to a total annihilation. Kill it like a chicken. Chummer shook his head and said. Return the knife to its sheath. Scraped some of their storage bags, obtained a large number of supplies, together, at least worth about 300 million, is also a small hair of fun divided by pavilion horizontal wealth. Only after doing this did Chumo begin to look around. Although this palace complex was a tantric sect built in secret by the Divine Sword sect, it also covered a large area and was built on the mountain in an unbroken chain. Such a large area caused Chumo to be at a loss as to how to scavenge it for a while. Dale, you lead the way. When things were not decided, Chumo summoned Dull again and commanded. The latter nodded, then after sensing a little, he flew directly in one direction. Chumo ran his body technique and followed behind. Soon, Chumo then arrived inside a palace. Looking around, one could see that in this hall, there were several Dan furnaces as well as some paraphernalia for alchemy, and it looked like it should be an alchemy room. In the main center area, 3 Dan furnaces were placed. The left and right sides are slightly smaller, both being 3-legged and 2-eared, while the center one is 4-legged and 8-eared, and is overall massive. These 3 Dan furnaces didn't know what kind of materials were used, and after so many years, they were all still well preserved and didn't show the slightest sign of fading. And in the Dan furnace, there was actually a faint fragrance of medicine coming from it. Chumo first opened the Dan furnace in the center and found that there was actually a furnace of reddish-colored pills inside, emitting a rich and strange fragrance. Unbelievable. Surprisingly, these pills all had air holes in them. This is the 7 orifices Dan? Chumo counted in detail and realized that there were actually 7 orifices, and immediately exclaimed in shock. The 7 orifices pill was not the name of a certain kind of pill, but rather the quality of a pill. As the saying goes, the Dan becomes 3 times more poisonous. The deeper the alchemist's attainments, the less Dan poison the pills he made would contain. The most superior of these pills was the pill of enlightenment. With each opening, the elixir contained 1 less point of Dan poison and twice as much medicinal properties. For those who can open 3 orifices, the poison in the elixir is gone, and the medicinal properties contained are 3 times more. And any alchemist who could refine the Dan of enlightenment possessed extremely profound alchemy attainments. Chumo had never seen anyone who could refine the Dan of enlightenment in the large base of Jinling, but at the moment, in front of him, there was actually a furnace of 7 orifices Dan. How could this not shock his mind? Pick up an elixir. Looking carefully, he saw that the elixir was the size of a dragon's eye, and it was still a bit warm in his hand. A rich aroma came from it, causing Chumo's entire body's chi, blood, and yuan energy to stir up with it, and his pores were all stretched out with it, conveying a longing. The Divine Sword sect that was able to refine the 7 orifices pill must have been extremely brilliant back then. But what exactly happened to make them suddenly disappear, so much so that they couldn't even collect the refined pills in time? What the hell did they go through? Chumo furrowed his brows and secretly pondered in his heart. Walked all the way in. He could see that most of the buildings here were still intact. Even if there were some collapses, they were only caused by the passage of time, and traces of human destruction were barely visible. And that means this place had not suffered any foreign invasions in the first place, nor had civil unrest broken out. But the martial artists who lived here have all strangely disappeared. This is really too weird. It's been so many years since then, and the Divine Sword sect has been annihilated in the river of history. Perhaps that is a piece of dusty history. Chumo shook his head, dispelling these thoughts from his mind. Then he opened the 2 Dan furnaces on the side one after another. It was discovered that the elixir refined inside was the same enlightenment Dan, but it was only 5 orifices, and the color of the elixir was purple gold. Obviously a different kind of elixir. Chumo took out some jade bottles and carefully put away all of these pills into his carry-on space. Subsequently, another search was made throughout the temple to see if there was anything else to be found. Relying on his spatial talent, nothing within the Great Hall could escape Chumo's perception. Soon. He then found some jade boxes on one of the shelves in the side hall. It contained all pills. The vast majority of them had already lost their effects, and only the elixirs with 3 or more orifices still preserved their medicinal properties and emitted a faint fragrance. Beyond that, Chumo also found a few Dan recipes. One is a solidifying elixir. This Dan had the effect of strengthening the foundation and growing the yuan power, which could make a martial artist's foundation more and more solid, and could do a lot of good to martial artists at the level of 8 Wasteland Zunshur. The other one is the Polyjuice pill. This elixir can quickly gather vital energy and restore it, which can be very effective in battle. The third elixir was the Violet Gold Creation pill. It is capable of tempering the toughness of the physical body and assisting martial artists in breaking the physical body extreme realm. The Divine Sword sect is actually still capable of refining such pills? When Chumo saw the efficacy of this Dan, his entire body froze in place. But then he reacted. The Martial Dao Tower was originally used by the Divine Sword sect for the outer disciples to try out, and with the Divine Sword sect's heyday in the beginning, it was normal for there to be a disciple who could break through to the 50th floor and get the Dragon Elephant imperishable scripture, and it was only natural that the Divine Sword sect's alchemist would refine the Violet Gold Creation pill. Big haul. Now that's a big haul. Chumo looked at this Violet Gold Creation Dan formula and could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Wanting to cultivate the Dragon Elephant imperishable scripture and use it to break the physical body extreme realm was by no means an easy task. But with the Purple Gold Creation pill, it was very different. It was able to make his cultivation progress and get rapid growth. Put the Dan formula away carefully. Chumo then began to recognize these pills that he had harvested. The vast majority of the pills he had obtained from the jade box were solid elemental pills, a total of 16 bottles of 20 pills each. In addition to that was the Polyjuice pill, which also had 7 bottles. The 2 furnaces of 5 orifices Violet Gold Dan added up to 24 pieces. And there were a total of 9 7-knuckle pills obtained from the center Dan furnace. But because there is no record in the formula, Chumo does not recognize it, and can only put it into a jade bottle, leaving it to be distinguished later. Do it all. The alchemy room would be no better. Chumo then planned to leave the place. Just as he was about to walk out of the alchemy room, Chumo's footsteps suddenly paused. Then turned around. Taking out a storage bag, he loaded all 3 alchemy furnaces in the large hall. Leaving the Great Hall, Chumo continued to walk towards the depths. It soon came to the foot of a mountain peak. There is a gazebo on the side. The pavilion had collapsed for the most part, but a stone tablet could still be vaguely seen erected in the pavilion. The stone monument was about 2 meters tall, and it had dozens of sword marks on it. These sword marks did not know when they were left, and at this moment, Chumo's gaze looked like he could still feel a flash of sharpness raging, stabbing his eyes raw, and subconsciously squinted his eyes. This. Could it be the Martial Way stone tablet? Chumo's face froze. The Martial Dao stone tablet was a heavenly treasure. The object itself did not have any special features, but it could imprint a martial artist's martial intent on it. It is because of this feature. That's why many powerful people of the great powers would leave their own epiphanies up, so that the disciples of the later generations could experience them. The moods of these sword marks are surprisingly different. It's not even from one person's hand, but dozens of martial artists who have comprehended the sword intent have branded it separately. After Chumo carefully sensed it, he couldn't help but feel his heart and soul vibrate. However, any martial artist who could comprehend the realm of intent was a phoenix-like existence. Yet here, there were dozens of martial artists who had comprehended sword intent. This caused Chumo's heart to be somewhat shaken. But then, a flash of excitement then appeared on his face. The stone of its mountain can attack the stone of its jade. Although these are sword intent, swords are both weapons of killing and destruction, and are still essentially of the same path. Dozens of traces of sword intent, if I can scrutinize them, perhaps I can get some growth in my blade intent as well. Thinking so, Chu Mo then cleaned up the collapsed debris, causing the Enlightenment stone tablet to be completely revealed. Then he sat down on his knees and began to enlighten himself. Reach out your palm and touch it. Boom. In an instant, dozens of powerful sword chi mixed with a pure martial arts enlightenment surged into Chu Mo's mind like a mountain calling out to the sea. Chu Mo began to enlighten himself. The saber intent on his body was also tugged, emanating a wisp of weak and wandering saber chi from within his body, permeating the area around him in 100 feet radius. One day later, Tremor finally came back to his senses. When he opened his eyes, he only saw that there was still an infinite amount of blade chi living and dying in his eyes, containing a berserk aura that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. A few moments later, it was only gradually that these blade chi were collected and eventually immersed in the body. 40% blade intent. Chu Mo slowly exhaled a breath and murmured softly. The words were tinged with a faintly unrecognizable regret. The sword intent and martial sense contained in these dozens of sword marks in the martial arts stone tablet were all very pure, but because Chu Mo's sword cultivation talent was only advanced and not particularly outstanding, he could only barely comprehend 10% of it. The higher blade technique cultivation talent has completely failed to keep up with my blade intent realm. It appears that there has to be a way to gather a higher level blade talent. Chu Mo stood up and thought darkly in his heart. Chapter 117, Asking for the Path of the Heart, Breaking the Physical Body Extreme Realm, for the first time. Tidy up the mood. Chu Mo then prepared to follow the mountain path, picking up the steps and traveling towards the depths. But the moment he had just stepped onto the mountain path steps, his face suddenly changed. Since the great change in heaven and earth, from time to time, secret places appear on the blue planet. Many human martial artists entered the secret realm to explore, and occasionally traces of other human forces could be found. There was no shortage of huge clans from the distant past. Although the powers in those secret realms had all been annihilated in the River of Time, some of the canonical books were occasionally preserved, causing the Blue Star's martial artists to learn about those long-ago clans through only words. And one of the most notable. Many of the great powers of the distant past had tests of heart, such as the Path of the Questioning Heart and the Wall of Life and Death, when they recruited newly promoted disciples. This is a level for the initiated disciple. Only after passing the test can they be formally included in the sect and be taught the right way of martial arts. So, these tests were also known as the Stairway to Heaven and the Path of Green Clouds. It means that once you step through it, you will be able to rise up to the top of the ladder, and you will be on your way to the top pity. Although the Blue Star martial artists understood that there were these processes, the so-called Path of Asking for the Heart and the Wall of Life and Death had not been passed down, and they had all become part of those relics. And at the Blue Star, because of the ferocious beasts that surrounded them, in order to struggle for survival, many of the strongest of the human race only looked at qualification and talent when recruiting disciples, but less of those processes of torturing the heart, facing life and death, and refining the mind. And in this way, although there were more disciples taken in, there even seemed to be quite a few who were superbly gifted. Yet it is inevitably uneven. There were even many supreme prides with top talent and extraordinary birthdays that risked falling halfway through. Maybe it's a big wave, but it's brutal in comparison. And now the moment Chu Mo stepped onto the ladder, the entire mountain path suddenly became windy. Could this be the road to the heart? Feeling a burst of fluctuations coming from under his feet, Chu Mo's face was somewhat surprised. At this point, he saw that on both sides of the mountain path, a number of shadowy and illusory figures suddenly appeared, betting their gazes on him with anticipation and curiosity in their eyes. It seemed curious as to whether or not he would be able to step up to the top of the mountain. It's asking for a heartwarming gift. Upon seeing this scene, Chu Mo's heart was instantly enlightened. Once someone steps on the road to ask the heart, the elders in the clan will bet their eyes over. If they can withstand the test and walk up to the top of the mountain, they can be valued by the elders, and will be included under the door wall and bestowed with the inheritance of the Gong method. And now, although the divine sword sect has fallen, however, the inquiring mind road was still functioning, so the moment Chu Mo stepped onto the mountain road, this road intercepted the shadows of those powerful figures from the divine sword sect's past as a spectacle. Truly a great clan of Herculean proportions. Chu Mo couldn't help but sigh out in admiration, but then a surge of bravado grew in his heart as well. Both. Then take this journey to ask the heart. Thinking so, Chu Mo's other foot, too, stepped up in a smooth manner. The moment he took a step, a pale and ancient aura filled the air. Brilliant haze flowed down, mysterious light intertwined and vertical, as if it were a waterfall, pouring down on the mountain path. Dang! 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 It was like the sound of a heavenly drum beating steeply, resounding through the clouds, causing Chu Mo's heart to not be able to help but beat with it. In an instant, the qi, blood, and yuan power in his body boiled up with it. It was like a volcanic eruption that was hard to contain in a trance. A magnificent scene seemed to appear before Chu Mo's eyes. Countless ancient gods and devils with tall stature that seemed to be able to stand on top of the sky were fighting in the battlefield, golden blood filled the air, and countless limbs and arms were broken, which was tragic to the extreme. The terrifying mighty powerhouse only held the moon in his hand, and his single finger fell on the star, his terrifying aura spreading billions of miles away. There were even ferocious beasts that were on a par with heaven and earth that hissed in the sky, and the stars fell for them. Terrifying birds that covered the sky swept by, their wings spreading out and rocking up to 90,000 miles. Every scene, every figure, all of them contained a terrifying aura and majestic power. When one looked at it, one couldn't help but feel a wild trembling of the heart and soul, giving rise to great fear. However, Chu Mo, who stood on the path of questioning, did not falter in the slightest. It seemed that these gruesome killings in front of him could not affect him at all actually. And that's exactly what happened. The Chu Mo of his previous life had lived in the midst of the end times and had long been accustomed to seeing killing and death. How could these illusions blind him? Even if these visions are grand. Available at an illusion, after all. Soon, Chu Mo then passed the initial test. Immediately afterward, a different scene appeared before him. An endless haze of light streaked across. Above the 9 heavens, there were billions of heavenly thunderbolts, misty divine voices were heard, and an ancient and mysterious aura filled the air. The light on the path of questioning became more prevalent in an instant. From it, a brilliant and dazzling flashy light erupted, as if it were a heavenly river pouring down, rushing down in a vast and majestic manner. These flashy lights were hazy and radiant, mysterious and unpredictable, to the extreme thoroughly enveloped Chu Mo. In the meantime, in front of Chu Mo, a figure that was magnificent to the extreme appeared. But he saw him eyeing Chu Mo and drinking aloud. Thou mayest, after entering my sect, henceforth honor the rules of the sect, and shall not offend them? The sound traveled with a great deal of atmosphere. It was as if the sounds of heaven and earth were torturing his martial heart. Anyone who hears this voice can't help but give the truest answer in their heart. Yes. Chu Mo was positively sincere and said aloud as he bowed to this senior. Thou mayest, by practicing with heart and courage, keep the prestige of my clan intact? Yes. Chu Mo made a second salute and spoke back. If he rises on the wind and steps on the top of the clouds one day, what will you wish for then? The question came up. Chu Mo did not immediately reply as he did earlier. The heart of the martial arts path tortured by the questioning heart path was by no means a simple line of inquiry, but rather a direct reference to the heart with great divine power. Ask the heart. The question is not what wishes the martial artist has in his or her heart, but whether the martial artist can be steadfast and persevere upward. In this question and answer, the test is the firmness of the heart. Therefore, Chu Mo was also engaged in a celestial battle in his mind. What would I wish for if I had the day to step on top of the clouds? he asked himself silently. In the beginning, when he wanted to embark on the path of martial arts, he just wanted to have the capital to live in this world of crisis. Later on, when he possessed the gathering technique, Chu Mo wanted to cultivate hard and stand at the top of the martial arts path, possessing the ability to control his own destiny. But what if that day does come? Thinking so, he suddenly saw countless images flashing before his eyes, and then breaking one by one he saw the end of his former life coming, and himself fighting with wild dogs for food in order to survive. He sees himself working up the courage to kill walkers in order to stay alive. He saw himself fighting other survivors for more resources to survive. He saw more. The scene where countless zombies lunged towards him, dividing his body and waiting desperately for death. Without realizing it, Tremor's fists clenched up. Stand tall and stand tall. It was also like the scene after he had first decapitated the zombie. I think. His voice was still a little low when he softly spat out the word I think. By the time the latter sentence was uttered, the voice was clear and resounding. I want to get to the highest place to look down on all the scenery. I want everyone to remember my name. I want the world to know that I was here. The moment the words fell, all the hesitation in his mind dissipated. The whole person only felt a wave of relief, as if the haze in his heart had been cleared. In a moment, one is transcended. Immediately, an incomparably wide avenue through the sky was displayed in front of him. He moved forward. One step, another step. With him constantly moving forward. In the midst of heaven and earth, intertwining a line that was radiant to the extreme, countless forces of law surged forth, forming all sorts of mysterious sights. The bells and drums are ringing, and the divine sounds are intertwined. Infinite haze light hung down from the top of the mountain and merged into his body, enveloping his entire body in a golden glow. From afar, it looked like a god of the ancient world. These haze lights would not increase his cultivation level, however. It was able to cleanse his physical physique, causing him to undergo a transformative metamorphosis. Accompanied by a walk, Chu Mo could feel that a radical change was occurring within his body. The sinews and cells in the body were constantly reorganizing, metamorphosing, and being reborn. The endless energy surging into his body seemed to burst his meridians. Unconsciously, Chu Mo unexpectedly began to unconsciously operate the dragon-elephant imperishable scripture, absorbing these energies and tempering his fleshly body. Soon, Chu Mo then felt that the physical body seemed to have touched a shackle and barrier in the underworld. The shackle was very strong in perception. However, with the rapid impact of his dragon-elephant imperishable scripture, it actually shattered like a bubble. Shasta. Chu Mo then felt his body steeply lighten, as if he had entered another level he understands. This was the introduction to the dragon-elephant imperishable scripture cultivation, causing him to break the first physical body extreme realm. Before Chu Mo's heart could show joy. Almost simultaneously, above his head, a huge divine scene also appeared steeply. A sharp, flashy light steeply rose up into the sky, shooting straight up into the heavens. The light divided by court straight, as if it were a pike. With a sense of forwardness, with a sense of majesty, with a sense of vastness. With such might. The big sun across the sky seemed to be deterred by it and quietly hid behind the clouds. It's hard to know how long it's been. The haze-imbued body finally ended. This questioning heart path also used up the last trace of energy, so after the end of the infusion, it shattered with a bang and dissipated into the void. All the visions dissipated with it. Everything around them was back to normal. Chu Mo was based on the top of the mountain, and could feel the breeze blowing gently, as if everything that had happened earlier was just a fantasy dream. But he knew very well that it was all true. Blade intent raised to the point of 50%. At the same time, the dragon-elephant imperishable scripture was also cultivated into the gate, breaking the physical body extreme realm for the first time. Up to this point, a full-strength strike will be able to strike 200 times the limit increase in power. Feeling the transformations of his body as if he was shedding his bones, Chu Mo's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. Chapter 118 Divine Sword Sect's Inherited Treasure. The Way of the Questioning Heart, it's truly marvelous. It's a pity that such a subtle and exotic treasure can only exist in such relics, but it is difficult to find in the outside world. While Chu Mo marveled, he couldn't help but secretly regret it. Emotional for a moment, he collected himself and looked around. The hill was found to be very flat, with some exotic flowers and plants growing, and the overall view was unobstructed. Just on the other side of the mountain top, next to a steep 10,000-foot wall, there was a tiny house. Chumhum walked over slowly. Squeak. Pushing open the front door, everything inside the house came into view. All around the empty, only the center, there is a corpse sitting on his knees. This body has been here for who knows how long. However, the body's flesh and blood appearance is still clear. If it is not from its body to feel the thick dead, I'm afraid with the living. On top of that, next to the corpse, there was a forbidden formation. The formation was quite subtle, and even after an unknown number of years had passed thus far, it was still in operation, emitting a faint golden luster. But time rushes on. The power of the formation had been greatly reduced even after maintaining it until now. Even if it was just an ordinary patriarch, he would be able to break it with a casual punch, but Chu Mo, however, sensed that the formation was not a mere prohibition, but more like a screening. The aura coming from it was vaguely related to him in some way. With a thought, he subconsciously utilized the Shan Tian battling blade slash, releasing a trace of blade intent from his body and touching it towards the formation's prohibition. Buzz. The moment the palm touched the formation, the prohibition suddenly let out a buzz, and then a burst of golden light blossomed steeply. With a boing sound, which sounded like some kind of eggshell breaking sound, the outside prohibition completely lost its effect. Spin. From within this skeleton an arcane light rose. A pale voice rang out from the arcane light. To be able to break through the prohibition, I think it should be a descendant of my Divine Sword sect, and I'm very relieved to learn that the Divine Sword sect still has a legacy. I am the last defender of the Divine Sword sect, and there is a Sumerian cave heaven that I have opened in my finger bone. This is my Sumerian cave heaven. You can open it, and it contains part of the Divine Sword sect's inheritance and resources. I hope that you get this inheritance. Do not forget the name of the Divine Sword sect, and pass it on, so that you can live up to the trust of my clan's generations of predecessors. The words came to an abrupt end. Hearing those words, Chu Mo's heart was quite shaken. Defenders. He is the one who protects the clan's martial arts legacy. Even if the sect had suffered a great change, the defenders had still preserved a single spark, making it possible for the sect to still have a chance to rise again. This place was the secret sect of the Divine Sword sect, and the appearance of defenders was not surprising, but from the words of this defender, however, he drew some information. This senior, he was actually able to sacrifice the Sumeru space within himself. This meant that this Divine Sword sect's defender was at least a mighty powerhouse of the Cave Heavenly King realm. The martial realms on the blue planet, from low to high, were martial apprentice starting, followed by martial artist, martial master, and even grandmaster. Above the Zhongsher, there are the 4 directions Jin generals and the 8 wastelands venerable masters. And only after that was the Cave Heavenly King realm. What is the Cave King realm? As the saying goes, when a man is angry, his blood is spilled 3 feet, and when an emperor is angry, his corpse is a million, and the world is onyx. At this level of the King realm, one could already set the world in motion with a single word, and turn over the rivers and seas with a single anger. Every move can cause changes in the heavens, and the place where one is located is a heavenly paradise. He may be recognized by heaven and earth and be crowned king. It's 2. This realm was also honored as the realm of the sealed king. Possessing a lifespan of more than 1,000 years, standing at the very top of this world. Where in the world can't you go? However, such a top-notch existence was actually sitting in this secret room until his lifespan was exhausted. What kind of horrors had the Divine Sword sect experienced in the beginning? Why was it that even such a martial arts powerhouse was unable to cope with this, and could only even sit here witheringly waiting to die? A thought flashed through Chu Mo's mind, but soon enough, all these thoughts were dispelled from him. These questions were by no means comprehensible to his immediate self. Not to mention, to this day, these hidden secrets, perhaps long ago with the passage of time, have been buried in the dust. Even if you know the truth, what can you do? Thinking so, Chu Mo suppressed his doubts and took out his Sumeru Cave Heaven from his finger bone as the senior had said. The so-called Sumeru Cave Heaven is when a cave king relies on his own strong strength to intercept a piece of space from the heavens and earth and store it on his body. This was very different from the space that Chu Mo had opened up by relying on his spatial talent. An analogy. The cave heavenly king realm was like rubbing and folding a house, putting it into his pocket and making it his own private possession, whereas Chu Mo's opening up of space was to build a house by himself where there was originally no house. One is forcibly intercepted by strength and belongs to the wool gathering of heaven and earth. And the other one opens up on its own and is self-reliant. There is a fundamental difference between the two. How many treasures will be treasured in a clan's defender's cave? Chu Mo's heart was filled with anticipation and then opened it. Shasta. Countless heavenly materials and martial cultivation resources came into view. At first glance, majestic fluctuations of breath shone everywhere. Practice resources. Elixir. Martial arts secrets. Celestial treasures. Many treasures were displayed in front of Chu Mo like this. Bottles and bottles of elixirs, each of which was of top quality. It was permeated with powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy, highlighting the potency of the elixir's medicinal effect also. Spiritual herbs and wonders that exuded amazing spirituality were all over the place. Not to mention all sorts of miscellaneous cultivation resources, piled up like mountains, dazzling the eyes. Each of them had a flow of Taoist rhythms and an unassuming aura, and at a glance it was clear that they were not mortal. Trummer began to check the harvest. Spiritual pills and cultivation resources were too varied, so they were roughly swept aside. The focus was still on the heavenly materials and secret books of martial arts. First, there are the heavenly materials. Each one was rare and unusual, emitting powerful spiritual fluctuations. In this, there was even a treasure that caused Chu Mo to glance at it. Appearance is a piece of ice crystal, on which there are complex arcane patterns, at a glance, as if intuitive heaven and earth to the truth, the law of the mystery in general, people are trapped in it, it is difficult to extricate themselves. This treasure, which is already a genus of ancient wonders, is only a step behind the innate jade bead that I used to channel my spirit to build my foundation. Chu Mo thought darkly. The heart is happy. With heavenly treasures of this quality, it was perfectly possible to wait for Qin Shiwei to break the limits of her physical body and use it to forge a flawless Tao foundation for her. Thinking this way, Chu Mo's gaze moved once again, scanning over from each of these inheritances. Soon enough, his gaze flickered once more. It landed on top of 3 weapons. Separately, it was a sword called the Condensed Frost Sword. A round shield named Xuanwu Shield. There was another jade seal called the Seal of the Chasing Sea. These 3 things, each with extraordinary spirituality and not bad breath, are thought to be the genus of spiritual weapons. Finally, Chu Mo landed his gaze on a secret book of martial arts. The vast majority of them were ordinary martial arts recorded in books. In addition, there were 2 precious martial arts recorded in jade books. Ordinary martial arts were temporarily skipped over. Chu Mo directly picked up a jade booklet and his spiritual power probed into it. In an instant, a stream of information was transferred within the mind. After a few moments, Chu Mo then turned back to his senses, a touch of shock spreading across his face. The martial skill recorded in this jade booklet was called the Pouring Sky Sword Codex. It was one of the Divine Sword sect's secret techniques. Only true core disciples can cultivate it, and once they are initiated, they only need to have their minds together to have their swords rise up and pour into the heavens. The end was extremely powerful and terrifying. Although Chumo had never seen such a scene, at this moment, just from the aura flowing from the jade booklet, he could perceive just how terrifying this martial skill was. The Pouring Sky Sword Codex is infinitely powerful, but it's a pity that it doesn't suit me. A look of pity appeared on Chumo's face. Although this sword dictionary is infinitely powerful. However, Chumo specialized in the way of the sword, so it was impossible for him to switch to the way of the sword for the sake of this sword dictionary. We can only wait until we return and give this sword code to Shiwei. With this in mind, Chumo then picked up another jade book. Spiritual energy probed into it and began to perceive it. A moment later, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The secret art recorded in this jade booklet was a most superior Yuan power body forging technique called the Qing Yun Yuan power body forging secret art. According to the Gongfu, this was the core secret technique of the Divine Sword sect. It was organized and created by the generations of ancestors within the clan, and belonged to the most top-notch Yuan power body forging secret art, so even if one cultivated to the cave Heavenly King realm, one would not have to worry about the speed of absorbing Yuan Qi becoming slow. With this secret art, the speed of my cultivation will be greatly increased. Even if I don't have any chances after this, it will still greatly shorten the time it takes me to cultivate to the Four Directions Town General. A bright color appeared in Chumo's eyes. He then began to carry these treasures into his portable space. These resources are plentiful. While carrying it, Chumo secretly estimated the value and found that the total value of these treasures, even putting aside the martial arts, was more than $10 billion. There were even some treasures among them, such as the ice crystal, which was a priceless treasure of inestimable value. And when that result is obtained, even though Chumo had long been mentally prepared, he was still shocked. It truly deserves to be the inheritance of an immortal great sect. Even though it's only a part of it, it's already so rich. I'm afraid that even if a small martial artist gets it, he can rely on these resources to start a sect and achieve a great and famous power. He marveled in his mind. However, the movements of his hands were not slow, quickly loading all the resources into the carry-on space. Spin. This defender Sumeru Cavern Sky then shattered with a loud bang, annihilating and shattering. He had been dead for far too long, and the Sumeru Cave Heaven had not been able to replenish its Yuan Qi, and had long been on the verge of collapsing if it wasn't for the various treasures and resources within the cave sky still escaping a trace of aura support. I'm afraid the cave sky would have collapsed long ago. Now that the treasures had all been scraped away, the cave heaven had naturally completed its mission. It went up in smoke. These martial arts and cultivation resources are enough for me to not have to worry about cultivation resources for a long time to come. The harvest of this trip can be said to greatly exceed my imagination. Looking at the space filled with resources, Chumo's heart was satisfied. Finally, he dropped his gaze to this defender. As a senior of the Divine Sword sect, vowing to protect the sect's legacy, such actions are moving. Now that I have obtained the inheritance of your Divine Sword sect, I will not cause your inheritance to be cut off. Please don't worry about it yet, senior. Chumo respectfully saluted. After saying that, he collected the bones of this senior and dug a grave on the top of the mountain to bury him in. Subsequently, Chumo swept his eyes around before he turned around and left the place. With this matter out of the way, we can next look for a secluded place to cultivate at ease and wait for the secret realm to end. Chapter 119 Closure, News of the Level 5 Skybreaker White Weasel. Within a hidden valley, there was a small pond with mist surrounding it, emitting a rich Yuan Qi. Chumo followed Dale here. Just after taking a step in it and taking a deep breath, one could feel the rich Yuan Qi entering the body along the pores, causing the Yuan power in the Dantian to become active with it. The Yuan Qi is dense to the extreme, thus forming a Yuan liquid pond, just so you can cultivate here. With a flash of light in front of him, Chumo jumped right in. Infinite Yuan Qi poured into his body, through the pores of his entire body, moisturizing his limbs and bones. This effect could be seen even before the body forging method was started. How terrifying would it be if the body forging method was activated? Thinking so, Chu Mo directly then took out the jade book containing the green cloud yuan power forging secret art and carefully studied it before he began to cultivate. Having only just run for a week, Chu Mo found that a massive amount of yuan qi was attracted to him, almost all of which could form a yuan qi vortex pouring into his body, which was then quickly refined and nourished his body. It had only been half an hour out, and it had already grown by 1 elephant's strength. It truly deserves to be the most top-notch body forging secret art. The effect of absorbing yuan qi is more than 10 times what I had before. A look of surprise appeared on Chu Mo's face. Originally, the yuan power body forging method he practiced could grow 1 elephant's strength in a day of cultivation, although the speed was also considered top-notch. However, compared to the green cloud yuan power forging secret art at hand, it was far worse. Originally, I could only grow 30 elephant power in a month, and I'm afraid it will take me at least 3 years to reach the patriarch limit. But today it takes less than 3 months. What's more, now that I'm still in a secret realm with rich yuan qi, plus I can still use fierce beast blood to assist, this time can only be narrowed down. Perhaps in less than a month's time I'll be able to reach the sovereign extreme. One can even step into the level of a 4 directions town general before exiting the secret realm. A flash of brightness appeared before Chu Mo's eyes. In less than a month, he had cultivated to the Zhongshe extreme. Such a cultivation speed, if it were to be spread, I'm afraid that the Jinling Great Base would be shaken by it. There's still a month out until the end of the secret realm. Strive to step into the 4 directions town general ground before then. Chummer set his goal. Subsequently, he directly took out 10 portions of top-grade 5 ferocious beast blood from within his carry-on space and directly drank all of it in one gulp. Berserk energy instantly swept out, pouring in towards all the limbs and bones in his body. It seemed to burst his meridians. Seeing the situation, Chu Mo immediately began to operate the green cloud yuan power body forging secret art, absorbing the infinite yuan qi into his body and rapidly refining it. Time rushes. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had already passed. This day, Chu Mo opened his eyes and ended his seclusion. The physical strength has reached 1,200 elephant power, but I feel that the physical strength has not yet reached the extreme. There seems to be room for improvement. Chummer murmured. An ordinary patriarch, with only 200 elephants of physical limit strength, would be able to impact the Jin general realm. And he's all the way up to 1,200 elephant power, yet he continues to improve. It could be seen how solid Chu Mo's roots and underpinnings were. Keep practicing. Chu Mo intended to continue his seclusion and impact the sovereign extreme. But he looked around. The original pool full of liquefied yuan qi had been completely absorbed during these 20 days of closed-door cultivation, adding at least 300 elephants to Chu Mo's strength. It seems that we can only find a new yuan liquid pond. Chummer said he instructed Dummy, and then he got up, preparing to look for the next place where yuan qi was thick. But right at the halfway point, Chu Mo's spiritual power suddenly sensed a violent fluctuation of yuan power tens of miles ahead. There was a fight? After thinking about it, Chu Mo leaned right in. Not a moment too soon. Chu Mo then arrived nearby and saw that a dozen or so ferocious beasts were surrounding a few martial artists not far ahead, while several corpses had already appeared on the ground. It's a martial artist from the Merchant Alliance? When Chu Mo realized the clothes worn by these martial artists, they were precisely the martial artists of the Jade Merchant Alliance. Among them, there was also a rather familiar martial artist who was seated next to Chu Mo. When he came to the secret realm by flying boat, he was at the cultivation level of a Jin General Primary, and his strength was quite good, but at this moment, he was in a sorry state, and his face was pale, and his body had obviously suffered a considerable amount of injuries. 6 rank 5 ferocious beasts, the rest are all rank 4 ferocious beasts. Chumhum counted, and then he rushed straight out. Since he was a martial artist from the Jade Merchant Alliance, Chu Mo naturally would not stand by and watch. Pfft. With one slash, a 5th-level ferocious beast that was still raging, died miserably on the spot immediately, not even able to send out a scream. Chu Hakchan? It's Guest Minister Chu who's here. We are saved. Seeing this scene, the few remaining Merchant Alliance martial practitioners were first stunned, but when they saw that it was Chu Mo, smiles immediately appeared out on their faces. Previously, when they were searching for the dragon's barred flower, the blade technique that Chu Mo had performed when he broke through the Great Formation had left a deep impression on them. With the Chu client secretary stepping in, I think their safety should be safe. And indeed it was just as they thought it would be. Then Chu Mo swung his sword again and again. These ferocious beasts had no power to fight, and were killed by Chu Mo, one by one, and soon all of them were killed. Just the blink of an eye. A dozen or so ferocious beasts were then all dead. Goo. Thunk. A few of the Merchant Alliance's martial artists couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they watched Chu Mo put on such a grand display of power, their eyes glaring round. Are you guys okay? At that moment, Chu Mo put away his sword and looked at them. No, it's fine. They waved their hands in a hurry, and only then, as if waking up, they thanked Chu Mo one after another. Many thanks to Guest Minister Chu for saving their lives. No harm done, just a show of hands. Chu Mo waved his hand and instructed, it's dangerous here. If nothing happens, you can rush back to the vicinity of the Martial Dao Tower and wait for the secret realm to end. When he finished speaking, he turned to leave. However, right at this moment, the martial artist who was seated next to Chu Mo in the first place, however, suddenly opened his mouth and said, by the way, Guest Minister Chu, there is one thing that I don't know if I should tell you. Speak. Chummer said, I've heard that a level 5 hollow-breaking white weasel has appeared in the secret realm. Many martial artists have gotten word of it and are preparing to go to the siege, wanting to intercept it or take it in. Chu client secretary, you're highly powerful, so you can go over there and try it out if you have any ideas. This martial artist said in a deep voice. A level 5 broken white ferret? Chu Mo's pupils shrunk and his heart pounded. When he was able to obtain the spatial talent, it was because he encountered a skybreaker white weasel on his way and killed it, thus collecting the talent. Later on, relying on his spatial talent, Chu Mo had repeatedly decimated ferocious beasts that were stronger than him. It even opens up carry-on space. It's safe to say. Spatial talent was one of his most important talents. But because he had never been able to find a way to improve his talent, his spatial talent was still only at a lower level. But now another head has appeared if you can kill him. As soon as he thought of this, Chu Mo was a bit impatient. He didn't linger too long, and after asking for directions, he quickly left and was soon out of sight. At this point, the martial artist who informed the news looked at Chu Mo's departing back and couldn't help but let out a long sigh, saying, originally, I thought that Guest Minister Chu was only at the Zhongsher level, and that even if he had good talent, he would at most be a bit stronger than me, but I didn't expect him to be so tough. With his talent, he might be able to become an 8 desolate exalted level powerhouse in the future. The words were tinged with deep envy. It's a lie not to be envious. Although he was at the Jin General realm, with his talent and qualifications, if there were no accidents, this life would at best be the peak of Jin Generals, and there was no longer any possibility of stepping into the 8 desolate exalted. Come on, let's go back, to the martial arts tower. Looking back, he turned his head, going back. Not looking for a chance? A martial artist said with some reluctance. No, with our strength in this place is really too dangerous. Even if we encounter any heavenly treasures, we can't even beat the guardian ferocious beasts. Speaking here, he laughed bitterly. Actually, Guest Minister Chu is right. We should have long ago thought to understand, like this secret place, always as those heavenly pride martial artists play stage, such as we these people, only need to honestly listen to the dispatch, can drink some soup can be. Delusion to eat meat words, even die do not know how to die. When the other martial artists heard this, they didn't say anything, obviously acquiescing. This is a time of talent and qualifications. The better the qualification, the stronger the strength and the higher the future ceiling. And the major forces will often open the secret realm, do not look at a time can easily go in dozens of people, hundreds of people, and even such as the small leaf Qing Tian, such as thousands of people into. In fact, the vast majority of people are just along for the ride. The ones who were really pinned with high hopes were still just those few heavenly prides and dozens of geniuses. Go on, get back. Going to try out on the Martial Dao Tower will also give you some benefits. Several people took the bodies of their companions with them, and then they supported each other as they walked back. The other side. Chu Mo traveled forward based on the news from that martial artist's mouth. 2 hours later. Boom. In the distance, there was a violent explosion. Just by listening to the sound, one could vaguely realize how fierce the battle was. Chu Mo immediately activated his dark attribute talent and quickly touched over. Soon, Chu Mo had arrived nearby and saw hundreds of figures gathered in the distance, combining their efforts to deal with a white figure. Heck, it's the broken white weasel. Those hundreds of martial artists came from different forces, but they were surprisingly able to cooperate at this moment. Strange. All the forces can actually work together? Chimo was a bit surprised. But then he saw. The one who commanded all the forces was actually a young girl dressed in yellow. She held a small jade disc in her hand, allowing the martial artists from all forces to form a large formation that enveloped the Skybreaker White Weasel. It made it so that although the Skybreaker White Weasel possessed a spatial talent and was able to tear through the void, it was surprisingly only able to stay within the shroud of the large formation, and no matter what the Skybreaker White Weasel did, it could not escape from the range of the large formation. For a moment it chirped in a hurry. Chapter 120, Fusing Advanced Spatial Talents, New Spatial Ability. Where did Chimo not understand? This yellow-clothed young woman was Shen Tianyun, the heavenly pride of the Formation Artist Association. No wonder these people just dared to go against a level 5 Skybreaker White Weasel, so it was assisted by Shen Tianyun. Chimo thought darkly. The broken white weasel is very scary. The Skybreaker White Weasel that Chu Mo had encountered at the beginning was still only a level 2, but a group of martial artists had no way to deal with it and could only wait for it to die. Now that he was facing this level 5 skybreaking white weasel, if he couldn't restrict the other party's ability to travel through space, not to mention the hundreds of Zhongshe and Zhengong martial practitioners, it would be very difficult to capture him even if a group of 8 Wasteland's venerable masters were to come in now. Although there were formations to assist, it was still a bit too naive to want to trap the Skybreaker White Weasel to death with this. Don't look at the White Weasel's anxiousness right now, but in reality, because the martial artists outside couldn't get in, and the White Weasel could instantly dodge within the formation, so that he hadn't been injured until now, and his strength was still at its peak. As long as it catches a chance, it can immediately break out and escape. The crowd. Shen Tianyun and the others had obviously expected this situation. Therefore, after Shen Song and Gu Yunxiao conferred further, they planned to take more than a dozen Jin generals into the formation to further compress the survival space of the Skybreaker White Weasel just as they had just entered the big formation. It was as if the anxious-looking ferret had found a breakthrough, and it rushed straight over. Look out! Quick, defense! The crowd hurriedly put up Yuan power shields. In the meantime, Shen Tianyun, who was outside, also suddenly took out a jade disc once again. The jade disc had mysterious patterns on it, emitting faint ripples. This was a formation that could slightly affect space, and by activating it, it could slow down the speed of spatial transience. It's just a little bit of a slow delay though. Moreover, the formations inscribed in this jade disc were only disposable, but as long as it allowed the martial artist to catch the body of the Skybreaker ferret, it was enough. Only to see Shen Tianyun Yuan power filled with it, and when the jade disc was shining brightly, he suddenly threw it towards his head. Buzz. In an instant, an invisible wave spread out. The space within the formation was instantly filled with a thick spatial pressure. As for the broken white ferret that had drilled into the space, it happened to come out at this moment, and its originally swift as lightning body was affected by such a ripple, and its body suddenly appeared to stagnate for a moment. Good chance. Shen Song and Gu Yunxiao and the others brightened up. One after another, they executed their strongest mastery and killed. Dragon bucking strength. Broken moon chop. The two of them shouted in unison, and a palm force and a sword, in no particular order, landed on the body of the broken white ferret. Boom. The broken ferret's body shook and flew backwards. In the meantime, a bone-deep blood scar also appeared on his body. Kiki. Such a heavy blow caused the broken white weasel to cry out in pain. Injured the broken white weasel. It's hurt. Get together and take him. The spirit of the crowd of martial artists was greatly energized, and they all struck out, killing towards the broken white ferret. Kiki. Facing a siege, the injured broken white weasel felt the threat of death, and it roared several times in a row, its claws flailing continuously in response. In an instant, the surrounding space began to continuously converge and compress, and in the end, it even condensed an invisible wind blade. This is. Seeing this scene, Shen Song and Gu Yunxiao and the others had yet to return to their senses. But Chu Mo, who was watching from a short distance away, suddenly changed his face drastically. This was no wind blade. It was clearly a spatial blade created after space was compressed to the extreme. These people are going to be bad. Chumo thought darkly. Fruity. Buzz. The spatial blade suddenly flew out and then disappeared, and in the next moment, they appeared steeply in front of these martial artists, as if they had instantly moved. Several general-level martial artists were unable to react in time, and were directly passed through by the spatial blades. Next moment. Their bodies then shuddered, and then they shattered as if they were a piece of mirror. Such tactics. It made all the other martial artists' pupils suddenly shrink and their hearts tremble with fear. This is a means of desperation for the broken white weasel. He won't be able to cast it several times. Shen Song was originally a bit scared as well, but he keenly realized that the air-breaking ferret's breath had become much more withered after casting the space blade, and was instantly overjoyed. Hearing Shen Song's words. After hesitating, the other martial artists still rushed up. Although the spatial blade was truly terrifying, if the Skybreaker white weasel was truly captured alive, the benefits gained would be enormous. As for the broken ferret's deathbed counterattack. There are hundreds of people here, even if someone will die, it's not my turn, right? With such thoughts in mind, all the martial artists rushed over. The two sides engaged in a tussle. With the passage of time, the injuries on the broken white weasel's body became more and more numerous. And the number of martial artists killed by the space blade was rapidly increasing less than a moment. There were dozens of martial artists who died under the space blade, and many of them were general-level martial artists. Sure. Broken ferrets don't fare so well either. Its body was already scarred, originally pure white fur, at this moment were stained red with blood, breath also extremely withered up, obviously to the end of the strong crossbow. The martial artists thought that the Skybreaker white weasel was on the verge of dying, so they attacked even more vigorously. But who knows? Buzz. Broken white weasel. Suddenly a space blade chopped on the formation outside, and the formation then shattered with a boom. Immediately after, it glanced at the many martial artists filled with hatred, then it spat out a large mouthful of blood and disappeared into the void once again. Give chase. He can't get far. The crowd rushed to catch up. But the broken ferret could no longer be found. Damn it, actually letting him escape. Shen Song was filled with anger. After all this wasted effort and so many deaths, we actually let it get away. Shen Tianyun, how did you maintain the formation? Gu Yunxiao's anger surged, and in the end, he even questioned the yellow-clothed young woman loudly. It holds a spatial blade, and there's no way for any formation to trap it, so it's none of my business. Shen Tianyun explained. Also, watch how you talk to me. She frowned and spoke in a faint voice. You. The large tendons on Gu Yunxiao's forehead jumped wildly, and he wanted to have a fit, but in the end, he held his fire. Turn your head. Turning to the Gu clan martial artists behind him, he said in a cold voice, "Find it for me. No matter how much it costs, find it and die trying." Numerous Gu clan martial artists spread out, searching for the whereabouts of the Skybreaker White Weasel. But who knows, just as the Skybreaker White Weasel fled, Chu Mo silently followed. This Skybreaker White Weasel is seriously injured and is at the end of its rope. I may not have no chance. Chu Mo ran his dark attribute talent and followed. Although the broken white weasel instantly left the area and could not be found in silhouette. However, Chu Mo could utilize spatial perception to trace the fluctuations left behind in space after an instantaneous movement. At this point, under Chum's perception, he followed the clear and unmistakable spatial fluctuations and soon arrived at the bottom of a cliff. On the wall, there was a cave entrance. This is the destination of the Breaking Skies White Weasel's last transient. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Chu Mo took out the autumn killing blade, then he slowly walked in. A few moments later, he saw the broken ferret in his perception. Rushing over to her, he saw her collapsed in the tunnel, her vitality obliterated. When it escaped, it was already seriously injured and its life was in danger later. In order to escape and then successive instantaneous movement, making it exhausted the last trace of vitality. Gather. Trummer didn't forget the most important thing. He hastily used his gathering technique and reached out to the body of the broken white weasel. Capture successful. Gained advanced spatial talent. May I ask if it's fused? Surprisingly, it was a higher spatial talent. A flash of surprise appeared on Chumo's face. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly shouted, "Fusion!" Boom! A sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. Ever since Chumo's talent and physique were at the transcendent level, it had been a long time since he had felt such violent pain, the pain that originated from the depths of his mind, from his physical body to his Yuan Shen, as if it was being constantly cut and chopped by a blunt knife, made his body want to explode. Sweat dripped madly wet the ground. The Yuan Shen within the Violet Mansion trembled with it, as if it was suffering great pain. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, these pains fall like a tidal wave. Phew. Chu Mo panted heavily, and his entire body fell straight to the ground. The first time you open your personal information. Target, Chumhum. Physique, Transcendental Undying Thunder Body. Talents, Transcendent Level Fire Attribute Talent, Top Wind Attribute Talent, High Spatial Talent, High Sword Cultivation Talent, High Wood Attribute Talent, High Water Attribute Talent, High Dark Attribute Talent, Medium Metallic Talent, Medium Earth Attribute Talent. It worked. Looking at the line of higher spatial talents in the talents, Chu Mo couldn't help but have a pleased smile on his face. He then began to experience the changes in his spatial talent. The higher spatial talent had grown by 2 great realms compared to the lower spatial talent he had previously possessed. The effect of the increase brought about has also changed drastically. First of all, the open carry-on space has increased tenfold. And the range of the instantaneous transfer and spatial perception abilities expanded to a 10-mile radius. Finally, instead, 2 new abilities have been added: Space Blade and Space Lock. The Spatial Blade was the spatial attack that the Skybreaker White Weasel had performed. It could condense the nearby spatial power, compressing the space and forming a product similar to a spatial rift, and anyone who touched it would be cut and shattered. And Spatial Locks, as the name suggests, can lock martial artists in place, manipulating the power of space and sealing the nearby space, making it impossible for martial artists to move or even breathe. Try it. Chuma was a bit impatient to start experimenting a bit. First is the space edge. Along with his mind, he felt the energy around him continue to converge, and the space in front of him began to undergo compression, eventually forming a white blade of light in his hand, which he casually threw. Phew. Barely any sound could be heard. However, the mountain in front of him was suddenly broken open with a large hole. It was hundreds of meters thick, and surprisingly, it was directly pierced through, allowing the sun outside to shine in. What a terrifying attack. Chu Mo was secretly shocked.